The old line goes something like this: death is nature's way of telling us to slow down. But science has changed all that. More and more, death is becoming a preventable condition. Thanks to modern medicine, in the last century, our average lifespan has almost doubled. And in the not-too-distant future, some optimistic scientists are confident they'll find their holy grail, the key to immortality. Well, eternal youth I could understand, but you have to wonder who'd really want to live forever. As you'll see, certainly not the grand old man of theatre, Sir Peter Ustinov. In the race of life, there is only one finishing line: death. And even the luckiest of us, no matter how hard we try to avoid it, will have run our race before we reach 80. But some have a secret. And you are how old now?
How old?
How old?
Me?
Yes.
I'll be 102.
102.
Coming Friday.
For some reason, Constance Poirier's genes have slowed her ageing process dramatically.
I don't feel on this age. People take me for around 70.
But you're enjoying your life at 102 on Friday?
Oh, yeah, I'm enjoying my life. I try to behave.
Well, I wanted to just take a moment to write down a family tree. Can I ask you some questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Now researchers like Dr. Tom Pearls in Boston are trying to understand why.
And how many brothers and sisters did you have?
It isn't just living to 100 with many years of chronic illness. Truly, if you could live to be 100, you'd want to. It's not the older you get, the sicker you get, but the older you get, the healthier you've been. So now what we want to do is find out how they do that so the rest of us can do it too.
Are these people surprising themselves that they're living so long and so well?
Well, I think that they're very thankful, but you have to remember that the centenarians are living the vast majority of their lives, 90-95% of their lives, in excellent health, and they only have a very short period of time at the end of their lives in poor health, and that's what we want to achieve for the rest of us.
I enjoy my life in its detail more than I ever have. I really enjoy it. I know it takes longer to get from here to there, but then I just have to start a bit sooner. It's a very hardy grape which suits this kind of climate and very
Approaching
sandy.
80, Sir Peter Ustinov is anything but retiring. He's savouring his maturity. But Sir Peter definitely is not a willing candidate for immortality. What is your general attitude then to ageing? I mean, is it a good thing?
I think it's an essential thing because certainly it's an essential thing, and I'm not very frightened of death. I mean, in that I don't remember having been very frightened of birth. Mortality is, I think, a tremendously important thing in life, the consciousness of it, because it gives life its dimension. Otherwise, it's like a scale without, a map without a scale. People who think they're going to live forever, what are they going to do with that time?
At the turn of the last century, the average life expectancy was 40 years. Now, it's double that. The great quest for new century science is not just to extend our lives, but to extend those years when we're at our most vigorous and healthy, to make the prime of our lives become most of our lives.
We don't want to live to be 200 years of age with a decrepit, aging body. I would like to see the day when we can hit the age 30 and cruise. Wouldn't you want to simply cruise at the age of 30 for several decades?
Scientist and author Professor Michio Kaku from New York City College University believes ageing is about to become just another preventable disease.
We scientists now for the first time have a glimmer of what it would take, molecule for molecule, to make humans live perhaps double their allotted lifespan.
If a child was born today, what would you predict for it?
Well, if a child is born today, within 20 to 30 years, first of all, we'll have a credit card with all our genes on it. Every single gene on our credit card, including those genes which control the aging process. And then you'll get a shot in the arm to change those genes. We're talking about people living to be 150, perhaps 200 years of age.
The interesting thing about this experiment is we found that in flies that have postponed aging, that they have increased stress resistance.
Professor Michael Rose and his fruit flies have become part of scientific legend. So this is the what room?
This is the fly room.
The fly room. By manipulating their genes, he's breeding flies that can live twice, sometimes 3 times as long as normal. In human terms, how many years have you been able to put onto these flies' lives?
Well, this is the doubling of lifespan, so that instead of dying at 75 years in human terms, they're dying at 150 years, I should say, in human terms, but they can live to be 200 years in human terms.
Professor Rose is now taking the first steps down the road to the inconceivable, immortality. Humans living forever. It is a road lined with breathtaking questions. The fact that they are being seriously asked is astonishing enough.
Can you, for example, create organisms, maybe even humans, that basically enjoy immortality, but with the health of a 45-year-old instead of the health of a 95-year-old? That's a devastating idea. We would live 1,200 to 2,000 years on average. 1,200 to 2,000 years. That would be an individual's average lifespan. Some individuals, of course, would live tens of thousands of years. It's staggering.
Presently, the only known way of prolonging life is not a pleasant one. But it's what Dr. Roy Walford is working on and practicing at the University of California.
Calorie restriction has worked so far in every animal species that has been tried on, from mice down to one-celled organisms and rats and worms and flies and things like that.
Caloric restriction is another way of saying near starvation diet. But on it, laboratory mice live to the human equivalent of 165 years. Working on the theory that the less fuel we take in, the less our bodies burn up, 74-year-old Dr. Walford has been on the diet for 14 years, though he wishes he'd started at 20.
Beginning at the age of 20, one would be on a survival curve that terminates around 150 to maybe 160.
Do you want to live like a hermit? Do you want to have a diet that would make a hermit gag?
No.
You realize that humans with this diet would lose their sex drive. They would become lethargic. They would simply lose interest in life, their joie de vivre. Who wants to live like that? I don't.
While scientists and researchers try to unlock the secrets of aging, some in the animal world, it seems, have already found the key. Certain species of fish, crustaceans, alligators, and tortoises simply do not age. They go on living until disease or accidents kill them. They are, for all intents and purposes, immortal.
Different animals live to be different ages. That's genetically programmed. We are programmed to die. So why not reset the clock? If we're programmed to die, if there's a clock ticking in our cells, why not reset the biological clock to lengthen the human lifespan?
The way you manufacture one of these drugs.
And
is
Dr.
you basically
William
grow it
Hasseltine
up.
is trying to do just that. His company is mapping the genes that cause our hearts to fail, our bodies to break down, our minds to go feeble. He stands to make a fortune if he can achieve his aim, which is to make death a curable condition.
We now have the opportunity to rely on the most natural medicines of all, those substances made for and by the human body, to build it, to repair it, and to maintain it.
Is immortality pie in the sky?
I don't think immortality is impossible. I don't think will happen in my lifetime or my children's lifetime. But I think it is now, for the first time, a reality that might happen.
It is human, though, to die, isn't it?
Unfortunately, it's all too human to die now. Yes.
So-
but it doesn't mean that it's inhuman not to die.
If scientists came to you and said, we'll give you another 78 years, would you take them?
No, I wouldn't trust those scientists. I think they'd give me a pill which put me out straight away, and then they say, yes, I'm afraid we made a mistake. I know what we did wrong. Well, it's too late.
What if you were guaranteed another 78 years?
I don't think it could be. I don't think immortality is within the range of anybody, and if so, it's not worth it. I don't believe that a certain degradation can be avoided.
For every skeptic in this aging world of ours, there's an optimistic scientist who's convinced there's a way to find the secret of eternal youth.
I'm pretty confident that by the end of the next century, 2100, the postponement of aging will be like a routine business.
So when did you retire from work?
I retired about 40 years ago.
What year were you born again?
I was born 1897.
And you can recall those early years?
Well, I remember Queen Victoria when she died, and that was around 1900.
In the meantime, the best we can do is take the hint from Catherine Poirier and make the most of our allotted time on this earth. Experience the simple joy of living. So you don't have any health problems at all?
Problems? No, I use common sense, I guess. And people tell me that common sense is not common.
David Reimer's story is one of horror and heroism. His horrors began as a baby with a botched circumcision operation that left him terribly mutilated. Then a modern-day Dr. Frankenstein entered the picture. Misguidedly, the doctor believed that with surgery, drugs and bizarre therapy, he could turn this damaged little boy into a girl. And the sad truth is, there are tens of thousands of people just like David around the world. But now, at the age of 34, a courageous David Reimer has reclaimed his manhood. And by revealing his own painful past, he hopes to help stamp out this barbaric practice.
My journey was survival. When I was young, very young, I wasn't sure of what I was, but my main concern was survival.
This is where it all began.
David Reimer's journey began in a hospital by the river that runs through Winnipeg, Canada. It was here 34 years ago his mother Janet gave birth to him and his brother Brian, two normal, healthy baby boys, identical twins.
I was so ecstatic I couldn't believe that God was smiling on me with such a great blessing. And my husband was so ecstatic that he had twins. When the nurse asked him, boy or girl, he says, I don't know, it's two of them.
But the parents' joy soon turned to despair when at 8 months of age, the twins went back to hospital for a routine circumcision, which for David went horribly wrong.
The doctor came in and he looked at us and he said, the penis is burnt. And a couple of days later they let me see him, and it was like a piece of heavy string burnt right up to the crotch. And I asked the urologist, won't it grow? And he said, no, it wouldn't. So then we began the hunt. What to do?
Are you having good results with the people upon whom you've operated?
Yes, I think we can say that is true.
It was this psychologist, New Zealand-born Dr. John Money, who offered David salvation. In the 60s, Dr. Money was telling the world that no matter what nature decreed, it was possible to nurture a boy missing a penis in such a fashion he'd grow up really believing he was a girl.
It's a reassignment of sexual role with hormonal treatments and surgical treatment.
It may sound now like science fiction, a monstrous experiment by a mad or misguided scientist, but it happened here at one of America's most celebrated medical institutions. With the 22-month-old Canadian child, a team of doctors claimed an astonishing world first, changing a genetically normal baby boy into a girl. The team leader, Dr. John Money, said that with a combination of radical surgery, hormone treatment and psychotherapy, this little boy was growing up happily believing he was a girl.
They removed my son's testicles.
And this, in Dr. Money's view, was going to make that final transition, to make that little boy believe that he was a girl.
The skin from the testicles was still there. And that was left there on purpose to provide skin to build the vulva.
He was trying to brainwash me to be something I'm not, which was to be a girl. At the same time, to observe, to study, like you would a bug.
An experiment.
An experiment.
For all of the games that the psychiatrists were playing with you, did you ever feel like a girl?
No.
At home and school, he was called Brenda. But he knew he was someone else, somehow different. And the other kids wouldn't let him forget it.
I was called cave woman, you name it. I got booted out of the bathrooms.
Was there anyone who was truly kind to you at school?
I had some girls that were nice to me around grade 6, but the teacher kind of set them aside and said, Brenda doesn't have any friends. Would you mind hanging around her and make her feel welcome? For that, I'm grateful.
I believed what Dr. Money said, and I thought with time it would get easier and it would become automatic. And that's why, because it became so automatic for myself, that I didn't see my son crying out or my daughter crying out against what was happening. I didn't see, I was blinded by my own brainwashing.
I always call these cases matched pairs.
Dr. Money had everyone fooled. He was making a name for himself, turning boys into girls, and himself into a star.
It makes it very exciting, don't you think, to live in an age of discovery of human personality this way.
Dr. Money refuses to answer our questions. Who is this man who's tried to rewrite the human race?
Money is an amazing, brilliant, charismatic, astonishingly hardworking individual. Just someone that rocketed to the top of his profession.
John Colapinto, a New York author, has just written a book about the extraordinary life of the boy who was raised as a girl. He spent years investigating Dr. Money's controversial theories. Did some of Dr. Money's so-called counselling sessions with the twins go way beyond what could be called therapy?
It's hard. I think the answer to that is yes. I mean, when David and Brian described to me that one of the parts of their therapy was to assume sexual positions with each other, David on all fours, Brian coming up from behind, or actually lying in the missionary position with each other in attitudes of sexual intercourse. That struck me as really, bizarre therapy and probably indefensible.
You don't talk about it, and yet it's so horrific.
Having a pair of identical twins made for the perfect scientific experiment, comparing the behaviour of the boy, Brian, and his so-called sister. But Dr. Money never told the parents what he was really doing with the twins in the name of science. And Brian, you'd kept that secret all those years?
Yes. Not a shame. This is something that's unforgivable.
That's something you don't talk about.
You don't talk about it, and yet it's so horrific. It's child abuse.
If I would have done the things that he's done, I would be in prison. But I don't have a degree or a diploma to hide behind. I don't feel it's right. Children got no business seeing pornography. Children have no business being stripped naked and photographed. Children have no business in sexual positions. That's sick.
Was it about that time that you told your parents you couldn't go on with this? That you would do yourself in if they made you go back to Dr. Money?
Yeah, I figured it's no longer my life anymore. So, I said, I'm not making any decisions for myself. I can't go back. If I go back, I'm going to kill myself. That's it. We never went back.
At this point, when the twins were 14, their parents at last decided to tell them the truth. Surprisingly, David wasn't angry, he was relieved.
Well, when you feel that you're not insane, that is a relief. I thought I was literally going crazy. You're told that you're a girl and you don't like nothing that's concerning a girl or anything like this. And then you're told that you're born a boy and that biologically you are a boy. So, you're not going crazy after all.
Have you ever had the chance to confront Dr. Money since you learned the truth?
No. I don't believe he'd want to see me. And even if he did, he wouldn't want to hear anything I had to say. Well, he's done so many years in his research. It's like opening up a can of worms. Everyone's terrified.
John has never admitted he was wrong about this case, and according to friends about anything. I mean, he's not really given to admitting that he was wrong about things.
Has the Johns Hopkins Institute ever admitted there was a mistake here?
No, Johns Hopkins never has. They've never, ever said anything about this case.
In about 1967, the parents saw John Money on Canadian television advocating the fact that gender identity is a malleable behavior, and they went to see Money, and here at Hopkins, David Reimer was converted to a female. He was castrated.
After 30 years of silence from Johns Hopkins, one brave psychiatrist has decided to speak out.
It was an unmitigated disaster for him, for his brother, for his family.
Dr. Bill Reiner was once a pediatric surgeon who performed sex reassignments on baby boys. But he put down his scalpel when he saw the damage this was doing.
After I had been in practice for a period of about 6 or 7 years, I had a child who came to me who said, I'm not really a girl, I'm really a boy. And this child had lived what he considered and stated to be a lie simply because it was easier and more convenient until he reached a point that he couldn't go on any further.
Dr. Reiner, now a senior child psychiatrist at Johns Hopkins, has disclosed to 60 Minutes the results of his yet unpublished studies on children who've gone through sex reassignment. Has this whole experiment been a total failure?
Well, in addition to the David Reimer case that was a total failure, I follow 24 children and young adults who were all 46XY males born without a penis. Of the 24, 16, or 2/3 of them, have spontaneously shifted to male between the ages of 5 and 14. So I think 2/3 shifting is pretty dramatic.
As a father of a boy and a girl, I find it absolutely astonishing that anyone could think that you could take a boy and raise him as a girl. I mean, it flies in the face of what you see every day.
Well, that's right. I think if more mothers had been questioned about this, perhaps the whole approach would have been different.
For the last 30 years, most of the biggest children's hospitals around the world have heeded Dr. Money's advice to sexually reassign babies that are born with damaged or mixed up genitalia. We have learned that Australia's children's hospitals are still doing this, despite the dramatic failure of the David Reimer case and despite growing evidence that true sexual identity is established well before a baby is born.
The procedure needs to be stopped. I think it is quite clear at this time that it is a failure. It is going to create drastic problems for the children and the families and who are sex reassigned. We have to stand up and say, this didn't work, we need to change. And that's what I'm arguing now.
In an ethical sense, do you believe that Johns Hopkins owes David Reimer an apology for what happened to him?
I think that we have made ethical errors. In the 21st century sense of ethics, we have made ethical errors from the past. It's quite clear that errors were made. And I think that the most important thing is that we change. And I think that the real heroism of David Reimer is that he has been willing to stand up and tell some of the most intimate parts of his life to the world in order to try to accomplish change.
To resume life as a male, David Reimer has had to endure even more pain. A double mastectomy to remove the breasts he grew after being subjected to injections of female hormone. And year after year in hospital to rebuild his manhood.
Well, I got my penis rebuilt. Took them quite a few years to get the technology to get everything set up, but it didn't come without a cost. I mean, as you could see, I got this big ugly scar. You know, I got a scar over here. I got a scar over here for my, that's for my artery, because they needed the artery to keep the blood going. And it's not just the pain and the surgeries, it's the psychological process in all of this. I mean, when I first looked at this arm in the hospital, I had no idea what to expect until I saw my arm. And I cried my eyes out.
David is now married to Jane, a woman who understands him, who sees him for what he is. A caring man who's a great father to her 3 kids. A brave man. A real man. After what you've been through, where do you believe your sexual identity started?
It's through my mind, it's through my brain. That's what determines who you are.
So the penis is not the centre of the universe?
No. I don't know. I could be an iron lung. I'd still be a man.
I think that anyone who reads your story will see that you're a hero, not a victim.
Well, I don't feel comfortable with that word hero. I don't feel like I'm not a hero. I'm, if anything, a survivor. I'm not a hero.
A young son, a tough decision, to snip or not to snip. Circumcision, a once accepted social practice, is now a battleground, especially amongst doctors. To those against it, it's mutilation, outdated and barbaric. But believe the other side of the argument, and circumcision is safe, healthy, and potentially life-saving. Even with new painless medical techniques, the debate is more passionate and bitter than ever. And a warning for the squeamish, a couple of scenes in this story may make you wince. Brisbane's Martyr Mothers Hospital, where for 7,500 children a year, life's game of chance begins. For the boys in particular, one of the big decisions is already being made for them.
It's a lot cleaner. I don't know how to look after a child that's got a foreskin.
I just don't think there's any good reason to do it, put him through it. Seems like an unnecessary procedure.
Yeah. We really didn't think there was any need. If it's not broken, why fix it?
This is not a procedure to save the child's life. This is a procedure to mutilate the child's genitals.
Greg Boyle is a professor of psychology. He believes that routine circumcision breaches a child's human rights, and doctors shouldn't do it.
If we went out and circumcised a dog, we'd be thrown in jail tomorrow for cruelty to animals. What's the difference between circumcising a dog and circumcising a human child? It's both cruelty. It's cruelty in both cases.
So in Brisbane terms, you're Dr. Circumcision?
I think I've got a bad reputation. There's what I was showing you yesterday, how it would be. Yep. It's got the plastic ring on the inside of his foreskin.
Dr. Terry Russell does 1,500 circumcisions a year, perhaps more than any other doctor in Australia. Have you ever had one go wrong?
Amongst all those, I've never had a serious bleed, I've never had a transfusion, I've never had a systemic infection, and of course I've never lost a penis. And you had discussed about whether you would have him circumcised?
Yes, we did. We did. We had made the decision that he would be circumcised.
This couple was initially talked out of circumcision, but after young Josh suffered repeated urinary tract infections, they finally came to Dr. Russell.
And every person we spoke to was sort of a little bit negative towards that procedure.
Dr. Russell sees criticism of circumcision as mostly hysterical,
a legacy of old, painful practices.
Without any anaesthetic, of course. You'd put a couple of clamps on the end of the foreskin and stretch the foreskin up in the air, and then crush across beyond the head of the penis with bone crushers. There are the bone crushers. They're somewhat like an electrician's side cutter, only slightly blunt. You'd crush across the foreskin with the bone crushers like that, and then, whilst the bone crushers are holding it, simply slice the foreskin off with a scalpel and peel the foreskin back over the head of the penis.
Why no anaesthetic?
That was done in the mistaken belief that babies did not experience pain, did not feel pain.
So how long did that tragic idea persist?
I would say that that's still a widely held belief.
Dr. Russell hasn't used a bone crusher in 30 years. He uses a much less intimidating device called a Plastibell, along with liberal doses of an anaesthetic cream to dull the pain.
The Plastibell is actually sitting inside the foreskin. You stretch the foreskin, pop that Plastibell down the inside against the head of the penis, tie a piece of string around the outside and pull that up nice and tightly to cut off the circulation and trim off most of the surplus foreskin. And because the Plastibell is sitting over the head of the penis, it accurately defines the level at which the circumcision should occur.
What's below the Plastibell, a significant amount of skin, is cut off. Josh appears completely unperturbed by the whole thing.
It's predetermined. It virtually guarantees a perfect result every time. It's virtually foolproof.
The parents can make decisions about their own body, but they cannot authorise mutilating operations on their children.
And if you believe there's no therapeutic benefit, then it's mutilation.
Well, absolutely. We are talking about the equivalent of female genital mutilation, except that now we're talking about males. Circumcision in healthy males, in fact, is male genital mutilation.
You might equally compare that argument to saying that a parent has no right to immunise a child to prevent certain diseases, because that immunisation is without the child's consent, and it irreversibly alters the child's immune system.
But, I mean, immunisation can also save the child's life. I mean,
So can circumcision. Oh, yeah. There is no other single procedure that would give a person as much protection against as many diseases as does circumcision.
And you feel that strongly about it? You think it's really necessary in all boys?
Yes.
Well, as a baby, within days of birth, I was held down and somebody amputated part of my normal healthy body while I screamed. And no one had the right to do that to me.
Shane Peterson is a walking advertisement for the case against routine circumcision. A few years ago, he found out that the circumcision performed on him as a baby was botched. The doctors didn't tell his parents, and he grew up believing he was deformed.
They didn't just cut all the foreskin off, they cut all the skin off the penis, right down to the base of the penis. And they then pulled, the doctor who did it then pulled the scrotal skin up and stitched that just under the head of the penis.
The result was painful erections, even more painful surgery to try to correct the problem, and thoughts of suicide.
I just felt that it was all an insolvable problem and that I'd have to go through many years of pain and hardship.
It was too much.
It was just too much.
In the end, Shane sued the doctor instead, won $360,000 in compensation, and now campaigns against circumcision.
Parents at the moment apparently may have the right to choose circumcision for their child, and if a parent is going to choose that their son should be circumcised, then I strongly believe the parent should be there to witness the act.
Parents should watch.
That's right.
Cora, you watched your first son circumcised. Was it traumatic for him?
I think the only thing that was traumatic was being held.
Did it upset you?
No, it didn't actually.
For all the debate, it comes down to a very personal decision, especially for fathers. What will the boy think of it when he stares down the urinal or up at Dad?
And David, did you want your kids to look like you?
Definitely. From a personal point of view, if it was myself as a child, I'd want to look the same as my father, which most children idolise their parents in a lot of cases. And if you're different to your father, why is that so? Sort of thing, you know.
Gavin, you weren't worried that your son won't look like you?
No, not at all. He's going to have his own character. He'll look at me and say, oh yeah, that looks all right, you're okay. Or he'll say, hey, what's that? You know.
And what will you say?
I'll have to think of it at the time and try and work out what I've got to say to you.
If parents turn to the medical profession for guidance, they won't get much help. Most of the world's medical associations don't recommend routine circumcision, but then again, they don't come right out and say it's a bad idea either. There is research that shows that it can help protect against AIDS and penile cancer. But then again, many doctors say the chances of getting these things is so slight anyway, it's not worth the risk of an operation. Perhaps the strongest, maybe the only medical argument in favour of circumcision is that it helps protect boys against urinary tract infections.
You can't clean under the foreskin of a boy who is not circumcised, and they accumulate all sorts of gunk under there. Most urinary tract infections in young babies are missed. The baby runs a temperature and they say, oh, he's got a virus. Nothing is done about it. And in fact, it was a urinary tract infection. That's understandable because the baby can't say, hey, it hurts me to wee.
Urinary tract infections can be very easily treated with a $20 antibiotic. So why would you undertake a radical amputation of highly erogenous normal body tissue when a $20 antibiotic will do the same job?
If it's that bad, why is it that the peak groups, the Australian Medical Association, don't come out and say, look, don't do this to your boys?
Well, in fact, the peak group, which is the Australasian Association of Paediatric Surgeons, have stated quite clearly that neonatal male circumcision has no medical indication. That means that there are no medical reasons to justify circumcision in healthy children.
Can you point to one international medical body that doesn't say maybe you should circumcise, but it says definitely?
Yeah, I think the American Academy of Paediatrics has said that. I've given you the...
They don't.
Oh, okay.
Can you think of one who says you absolutely should do it?
The Bible did. Not off the top of my head, no.
The method I used was a simple tape ring, which meant that I pulled the foreskin tightly over my finger, held it in place, and put a
In the
tape
great
ring
circumcision
around
debate, there's now an extraordinary development. Men trying to grow back their foreskins.
Other methods are such things as a PUD, a penile uncircumcising device.
It often involves stretching. It can involve weights, secretly worn for many years.
Then passing around with that's around the leg and the clip then onto the sock so that it's under tension all the time.
John Aldous is an Adelaide man who is the Australian coordinator for NORM, the National Organisation for Restoring Men.
To go to all this bother seems extraordinary.
Well, if we hadn't had it taken away in the first place, we wouldn't need to. But because a majority of people feel they've been violated in some way, and they want to rectify the situation, particularly with loss of sensitivity, is one of the biggest aspects.
And that's the main reason people do it?
Well, in many cases, yes. I would say it is the main reason people restore.
Aldous says thousands of men have contacted him and his organisation around Australia. He insists they're quite legitimate.
A lot of people would think you're stark raving mad.
Yes. This happened to me when I went to doctor after doctor after doctor, and they went to send me to a psychologist or a psychiatrist, and they all saying you're far better off being circumcised. There's nothing wrong with my head. I knew what I wanted. I didn't want to lose my foreskin in the first place. But now I want it back in some way or another.
And that seems perfectly sane?
To me, yes. And to millions of men worldwide who are restoring, yes, they're perfectly sane. They want to be whole again.
Oh, that's my boy.
New lives, an old
excellent.
problem.
The way.
For many parents, it's an agonising decision, and there is still no clear answer.
Their human rights have been denied. No one has the right to deprive another individual of a normal, functioning, healthy body tissue.
I get a lot of personal satisfaction out of circumcising these boys, because once it's all over and done, I can confidently say there's another little boy who's never going to have any problems with his penis.
Often they're seen as mother's little helpers, the magic pills that modern-day parents hope will give them some peace. There's no doubt that drugs like Ritalin and dexamphetamine will calm a troubled child, but there's growing unease among doctors who now say they're overprescribed and, in many cases, wrongly prescribed. Over the years, 60 Minutes has reported on children who've been transformed after taking these so-called wonder drugs. And bearing in mind that more than 50,000 Australian children now take them, we decided to revisit some of the families we first met around a decade ago. Families who had such high hopes for the drugs and their children.
Who'd like to read now? Matthew?
Yeah. We go under the right side of the house.
When we first met Matthew, he was 5 years behind in his schoolwork. He just couldn't concentrate.
He lies when he's got a lot of written homework and says I've done it or don't have any. That's the way he's learnt to cope with it.
Then there was 9-year-old Laith, literally climbing the walls.
He doesn't understand what he's doing most of the time when he is out of control.
And Laith Day was often dangerously out of control. His was an extreme case of ADHD, or Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. Laith was prescribed the drug dexamphetamine, an alternative to Ritalin, to curb his risky behaviour.
The last time we were here, you were swallowing that knife. What was all that about?
I'm not sure, I can't remember.
You can't remember any of that?
No.
So when do your memories kick in?
When they want to.
Yeah. It's not something you'd do now.
No.
I heard you brought home your mum a snake.
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
As a present?
Yeah.
But that was a poisonous snake.
I didn't know that.
Laith is no longer that mischievous and hyperactive boy we first filmed 8 years ago. But at 17, he still has a daily struggle with ADHD, and he still takes dexamphetamine every day, twice a day.
Do you feel drugged when you're on it?
Not at all.
How does it feel?
Same. Yes, you just concentrate easier.
How are you off it?
Shocking.
Really?
Children like Laith were the first generation to grow up on powerful prescription drugs. When those drugs first became popular in the 1980s, doctors believed kids would outgrow their problems and their need for the drugs. But time has shown it's not that simple.
I think some of these problems are lifelong problems. Again, I don't know if anyone made a mistake here, but if anyone did believe that this was just going to get better by taking Ritalin, then obviously they were grossly mistaken. A big question in the JAMA piece was, how do you define attention deficit in a
Dr. Lawrence Diller is a US-based paediatrician and the author of the definitive study on ADHD, Running on Ritalin. In America, 7 million children now take these drugs. In some classrooms, 4 out of 10 kids are on Ritalin. Is ADHD and the use of Ritalin and medication really an American phenomenon?
We've sold you Coca-Cola, we've sold you McDonald's. Along with that, we're going to sell you Ritalin. Why? Because what we're going to tell you in this global economy is you must perform.
Was it naive to think that one little pill would solve the problem?
You know, you'd like to think that, you know, if you went to the right doctor, if you found the right approach, if you found the right drug, like the key that would turn it, that would make things better. And I think as I'm getting older now, I see that there aren't simple solutions for these problems. And sometimes there's no solution on the short term. And the important thing is to be there for the family.
walk. But sometimes the family reaches breaking point. We're back in 1988. This little boy is 4 years old and he hasn't taken his Ritalin. Now the next day, on the medication. His mother Jenny told us she'd been giving him Ritalin since a Sydney specialist diagnosed him with ADHD when he was just 20 months old.
It's the best thing since Vegemite. It's wonderful, wonderful stuff. It really is. He needs it. He really needs it. I don't think I made a mistake. I did the best I could do. I followed the doctor's advice. I believed what they told me.
But the struggle with her son continued. No school would accept him, and the dose of Ritalin went up and up and up until he was taking 6 powerful pills every day.
How bad did it get here? Got so bad here that I had called the police on him.
Was he violent?
Oh, yes, yes. He was so violent, I had to take him to court and have him removed. And now he lives in a home with other boys and he's learning life skills, he's learning to be independent. We get all the access we want. I still have complete control over him.
He didn't wish to be filmed again for this story. Now 16, he's just been told that he doesn't have ADHD after all. After 14 years on high doses of Ritalin, the doctors now say he is in fact suffering from a form of autism called Asperger's syndrome.
Did he ever have ADHD? Well, I don't think so. I think he always had Asperger's and they've misdiagnosed him.
But Jenny, what you're saying, you're describing a tragedy.
I'm so angry. Look, I don't know what to do. I'm angry because I feel that the doctors that we trusted all these years let us down.
After watching a tape of Jenny's story, Dr. Diller told us it was tragically familiar. Not only are these drugs now overprescribed, often they're wrongly prescribed. It's estimated 30% of all cases of ADHD are misdiagnosed.
Was it clear to you, looking at that little boy, that there was something else wrong with him?
To me, again, with the advantage of 10 years looking back, yes, there was something else going on there, whether or not you want to call it autism or Asperger's. Basically, again, he was having a relational problem that went beyond just the ADD and the impulsivity.
How hard is it to accurately diagnose ADHD?
All these psychiatric diagnoses have an element of subjectivity here. I think the ADD diagnosis, because it really borders on the notion of what is a normal boy, for example, are even more subjective and risky.
You need to get 2 or 3 opinions before you put your kids on those drugs. It's not something you just do because your kid's running around the house and won't sit down when you tell them to do it. There's so many kids on this medication and half of them I honestly don't believe have ADHD. Half of them are probably misdiagnosed. People are just using it like they're lollies.
I guess I was wanting a quick fix.
Yeah.
Was wanting a quick fix, honestly.
The quick fix Leslie Wood found for her son Matthew was Ritalin. He was 13 before doctors diagnosed attention deficit disorder, and he'd only just started taking the drug when we first met him 8 years ago.
I was a little bit too late. Like, if I was found out when I was about 6 years old, I would have been real better off now.
Matthew is now 21. Despite the short-term help he got from Ritalin, he didn't finish high school. Recently he passed a TAFE hospitality course, but he's still looking for a full-time job.
I think you'd probably only need it for schooling, myself, and maybe starting your job out and that, but I think there's a point where you've got to get off of it. You can't be on it your whole life.
I won't give up. Won't give up on him. Sometimes you wish, sometimes you want to give up because you do have the problems with the ADD, but I won't give up. Not ever. And I won't cry. He upsets me so much.
Does he? Why?
Because I know he's a great guy. And he doesn't. I guess he doesn't get the fair go.
Long term in school, is Ritalin really doing these kids much good at all?
Long term in school, I would tell you again, over the long term, it hasn't seemed to affect achievement and learning over the long term. Over the short term, yes, it does improve performance and achievement, but doesn't improve learning. How can I explain it? I don't know how to explain that, but that's what happens.
Like Matthew, Laith Day is a classic example of that. He didn't finish high school either. Laith's also at TAFE where he's studying carpentry, and he may have to stay on the medication for the rest of his life.
If you hadn't had the dexamphetamine and mum helping, how much different would life have been?
A lot different.
Mm. Better or worse?
A lot worse. Probably have a criminal record.
Why do you think that?
Oh, because I'd probably end up hanging around with the wrong people and just end up doing all kinds of stuff.
And that's where you might have ended up. In jail.
Yeah.
In the last decade, there's been a 24-fold increase in the prescribing of these drugs. Laith's younger brother Blake has also been diagnosed with ADD and is also on daily medication. Matthew's brother Reese is the same. He's been taking Ritalin since he started school.
Suddenly, the alarm bells are going off here, and I say, it's about time. It's about time. You know, some of us on the front line have been shoveling this stuff out, you know, on a weekly basis and feeling very uncomfortable with our
It was one of those great ideas, Australian inventiveness at its best. The first one was nicknamed the bionic ear, a marvel helping the deaf to hear again. Well, that was 20 years ago, and back then cochlear implant surgery was so complicated, it was for the few rather than the many. How things have changed. There's been breakthrough after breakthrough, with Australian scientists leading the way. Now, the device itself is so much smaller, the surgery so much more sophisticated, there's virtually no age limit. The very young and the very old are breaking through the sound barrier. Jamie Booth is just 6 months old, and she's about to undergo major surgery. Surgery that will quite literally change her life. At the other end of the scale, there's 70-year-old Robert Taylor.
Look after yourself. I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. You'll be right.
Both are having cochlear implants. A year ago, this just wouldn't have been possible. But thanks to remarkable advances in technology, the very young and the very old now have the chance to hear.
Next week I'm doing a 90-year-old. So whether you're 9 months old or 90, the technology now is available for all people, provided they're appropriately assessed that they will benefit from a cochlear implant.
For Jamie Booth, her short life has been one long battle. She was born 3 months premature. When she was 1 month old, Jamie had open heart surgery. At 2 months, corrective eye surgery.
All right, Jamie.
Then her parents, Michelle and Steve, were dealt one more heartbreaking blow. Jamie was also profoundly deaf.
Hello.
You're awake.
It was a huge shock. The only thing that kept us going was that Jamie never gave up, and through everything she's been through, she just never gave up. So, you know, how can we?
Jamie! Louder, Stephen.
Jamie!
Louder.
Jamie! Even the most powerful hearing aids couldn't really help Jamie. The only solution was a cochlear implant.
There we go, sweetie. There we go. It's just a little mask there. That's a good little girl. You're going to get a little
But
bit
first,
sleepier now.
weeks
Now your
and
mummy's
weeks
here.
of tests
Can you take
and
good care of
assessments.
you? That's a good little girl. Very good.
Hopefully, if everything goes okay, she'll hear everything. She'll even hear leaves rustling, and you know, so it's a whole new world for Jamie.
What we like to see is that the cochlea is a normal shape, and it is, and that the corridor through the cochlea and the doorway to get into it are nice and open. So that's absolutely perfect.
Oh, good.
The good news is delivered by surgeon Dr. Philip Chang from St Vincent's Hospital.
So everything's green lights for proceeding with surgery on the right ear.
Yeah.
The first cochlear implant was performed 25 years ago. But the surgery was so major, a child as young as Jamie would never have been considered.
We make a small cut behind the ear, and then we're going to extend that up to about there, like so.
Now the surgery is less invasive and the implant itself much, much smaller.
That's the technology that does all the work for years to come. I wouldn't think that such a small device could make such a big difference. There's a lot of work that we do that's not so rewarding related to cancer or giving bad news, but the cochlear implant's just a win-win situation. Great technology, great patients, great benefits, great results. It's 6 o'clock now. I'll be around first thing in the morning about 8 o'clock.
Okay.
And we'll take the head dressing off and we'll be able to go home then.
Okay.
Okay? Well done, I'll check on you guys later.
All right, Okay.
Thanks a lot. Bye now.
All right. It's just hard, like, that she's a bit upset. But I'm sure she'll thank us one day. Not right now, hey? Yeah.
I want you to repeat these words.
Yeah.
Cat,
Letter.
dog,
Dog.
mountain.
Wonton.
Okay. Oh, I like that one. Okay.
Gillian Herdball is one of Dr. Chang's star patients. She was born deaf in one ear. Then, in 1994, her car was rammed by a drunk driver.
I went to ring my mum, and I could hear this tiny little voice at the end. And my mum hasn't got a little voice. And I thought, Mum, I can't hear you! I can't hear you!
Tragically, the accident robbed her of what little hearing she had.
Was your life racing ahead of you? You were already thinking the worst.
Yes, is this permanent? And if so, my God, will I be able to work? You know, what are my career prospects? What are my marriage prospects? a single at a time. I'm thinking, who wants a deaf person? You know, like bruised fruit in a bowl. You go overlook that, go into the healthy fruit, don't you? I just didn't think I'd be worth much.
And so that's hard bone there, and we're going to be drilling through that bone to gain access to the cochlea. So as you can see, that just sits into the bed that we've created for it within the skull.
For patients like Gillian, a cochlear implant is the only hope. Her hearing loss is so severe, it can't be corrected by conventional hearing aids.
So this is the electrode, about as fine as a piece of thread, and that's just being fed gently into the cochlea.
This tiny wire, which amazingly carries 22 different frequencies, is the crux of the implant. It's threaded into the inner ear, and eventually it will stimulate the damaged nerves so that Gillian can hear again.
Okay, so I'm going to switch it on now.
3 weeks later, and Gillian enters a strange new world.
Usually sounds quite strange to people. I'll put it down.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. I've never heard it to that clarity or that depth before.
Is it a good sound? Do you like it?
No, it's not.
But the real test comes a few minutes later, in the heart of a busy, noisy city.
Yeah. Can you hear my footsteps? Yes, I can. I can hear your boots. Wind? Yes. I can hear wind. It's like a whoosh.
It's almost like being a child again, feeling her way, discovering new sounds, and remembering old ones.
Yeah, I can birds. Yes. Yeah, that was really good, that one.
So what's the decking made of?
Sorry, what was that?
What's the decking made of?
Like Gillian, Robert Taylor had hearing aids, but he still couldn't hear properly. Sadly, at 70, he believed there was no other choice.
Well, I thought cochlear implants were for young people, not for older people. I mean, at 70 years of age, who wants to worry about an old bugger like me?
He's been married to Janice for 30 years, and he's never really heard her voice clearly.
You'll be able to hear Janice's sweet nothings.
That's right, yes.
That's what he's worried about. I won't be able to say silly old bugger under my breath anymore anyway, because I heard that. I do that sometimes.
Did you hear that one? Did you hear that? Oh, gee. You're hearing that. Very good listening. Very good listening. You're a superstar.
It's 6 months since Jamie Booth's operation, 6 months since she had the cochlear implant. And the improvement is remarkable. Jamie's hearing has gone from this...
Louder now.
Jamie!
Louder, Stephen.
Jamie!
To this.
Hello? Fantastic.
Now, for the first time, she can hear
Jamie.
her mum and dad call her name.
Jamie.
Fantastic.
The fact of the matter is she will probably grow up never knowing not hearing.
Yeah, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a dream, I would
Yeah,
have thought.
definitely.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
I'm getting a lot of noise at the same time.
Yeah. But that all settles down. Everybody's worried about that to start with. But you're following what I'm saying,
I
aren't
can
you?
follow what you're saying, yes, no problem.
That's very good, especially for the first few minutes.
Robert also has his implant. He's hearing sounds he thought he'd never hear again. Sounds he hasn't heard for more than half a century.
Robert, what colour is my shirt?
It's black.
What colour is my hair?
Blonde.
You can hear me, can't you?
I can hear you quite well.
Robert, that's absolutely brilliant. Just to think, 5 minutes ago, that ear heard nothing. So even a gunshot next to that ear wouldn't register. And now you're hearing voices, no longer hearing with your eyes, just with the implant.
Robert can now throw his hearing aids away.
It's a wonderful thing to be able to get your hearing back like that. I never expected it, and it's a wonderful thing.
It's wonderful to see you have your hearing back. It's brilliant.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
From its very inception, the cochlear implant has been something of a medical miracle. Now, with the latest advances in technology and surgeons like Dr. Philip Chang, there's new hope for young and old alike.
At the beginning of the whole process, I gave Dr. Tran a task. I wanted him to make me live up to my surname, Gillian Heard Well. I think he's achieved it. I'm very proud of him.
It's the gift money can't buy, the gift of life. The very rich, the very poor, it doesn't matter, they take their turn in the queue. Indeed, for one of the very rich, it was a close shave. He almost didn't make it. His name is Sam Chisholm, an all-conquering dynamo in the world of television, right-hand man to the likes of Kerry Packer and Rupert Murdoch. And I have to say, a man used to being in control and getting his own way. But just this once, Sam lost control and almost lost his life. Only the generosity and the genius of others could save him. In the beautiful valleys of the Murrumbidgee River, Sam Chisholm inspects his herd of prime black Angus cattle. He runs his sprawling property, Bundabo, with the same instinctive style as he did television stations around the world for both Kerry Packer and Rupert Murdoch. In the media world, they didn't come much more powerful than Sam Chisholm.
You were a man who was quite used to having control of your life.
Yeah.
And you had to surrender that, basically.
Yep, absolutely.
Was that hard to do?
No. No, it wasn't in the end. You realise that there is no alternative.
Sam Chisholm had everything but good health. As he steered first Channel 9 and then Britain's B-Sky B to success, Chisholm was waging his own battle with a fatal genetic disease.
It affected my whole life. I mean, it affected everything I did. It was a struggle, 24 hours a day. When you can't breathe, it is really terrifying, really terrifying.
Well, it destroyed his lungs fairly quickly. By the time that he was in his 40s, he was very short of breath. By the time that he was in his 50s, he was on oxygen full-time. And for the 3 years before his transplant, he was full-time on non-invasive ventilation, which means that he had to wear a mask over his nose, and in particular to sleep at night, to help him breathe.
Professor Alan Glanville is Chisholm's lung specialist. He and surgeon Michael Wilson are with the lung transplant unit at St Vincent's Hospital in Sydney, which saved Chisholm's life.
And was a lung transplant the only option he had?
Yes.
Without new lungs, he would have died.
Absolutely.
When you have to set about dealing with your own life, it's a very testing time.
Chisholm knew a transplant was his only chance, but, always the negotiator, he still hoped to delay the operation.
He knew what he wanted to do, he just wanted to set the timetable of it.
Oh, when he was ready.
Yes.
How did you convince him that that wasn't possible?
I didn't have to. Nature does that for you.
For nearly 20 years, Australian doctors have been successfully carrying out transplant surgery. And like all those patients before him, Chisholm had to join a waiting list for suitable organs.
To be on the list, you need to be within a period of dying within the next sort of 6 months to 2 years.
So you've really got to be on death's door to be on that list.
Yeah, but you can't be so
Too
bad you
close.
can't get on the list. Exactly. It's a very fine line to get the timing right. And our current waiting time for a donation of organs is 9 months. So that's the average time on the list. So it means it can be as quick as tomorrow, or it can be years.
You carry that list around with you all the time?
We all do.
Everyone's got a list.
Everywhere you go.
And the list you're carrying now, how many names on that?
At the present time, there are 37 patients awaiting lung transplantation, about 20 awaiting heart transplantation.
And that's just at this one hospital. On average, 15% of those on the list will die waiting. And Chisholm almost did. It took 18 months before he got the call from the transplant team. How long did Sam Chisholm have to live when he received his transplant?
I wouldn't have been surprised if he had died at any time in the weeks after that.
So it really was
It really
close
was
call.
desperate and a close call.
Look, it was an amazing feeling I realised as soon as I woke up that I'd made it. It was an immediate change. The first was when they took me off the ventilator. And suddenly you realised that you could actually breathe on your own.
Sam has joined an elite club, a group of people who've been given a second chance at life. The catch is, to be eligible, you have to be at death's door. But it's a club that doesn't discriminate. It doesn't matter who you are or where you come from. If you're up for the challenge of transplant surgery, you're more than welcome.
It can happen to anyone, and we all have to wait like everyone else does for transplants, and it's just really the luck of the draw, really. I only woke up about
When we met 22-year-old Wendy Trail a year ago, she'd made it to the top of the list. She'd just received a new heart and lungs.
Yep, I got my dream.
You sure did, didn't you?
Yeah.
At the same time, James Tilley was desperately waiting for new lungs. Today, both their lives have been transformed.
I go bike riding. I bought a bike. I don't know, I do so many things. I'm just always on the go, seeing friends, family, doing things for people. Yeah, it's just, I suppose, like everyone else.
I enjoyed Christmas. I had my 40th birthday. A couple of weeks ago I had my first birthday after the transplant, so it's 1 year out. And I constantly, almost every day, look outside, look around, look at the sun shining, the flowers, my kids, and I'm here. I talk to friends and they say, "Yeah, how's it going?" I say, "Oh, I'm okay. It's a good day and I'm here." And
That's
you
how you
can't wish for anything more.
Sam, Wendy and James owe their lives to a transplant team now considered the best in the world.
They are the great unsung heroes of Australia. They are the great unsung heroes,
They're not just saving lives, are they? They're giving new life.
That's exactly right. And they're saving them as well, but they are, they're doing, they're an overwhelming force for good, in the community.
The trouble is, while our surgery success rate is high, the rate at which we donate our organs is low.
Fear is part of it because there is a mythology that you might wake up and find that you're not really dead. Yet,
Fear of organs being taken before you're dead.
Exactly. I mean, that is a common fear in the community, and yet there's no evidence to support that. It just doesn't happen.
I think there is a body consciousness and an unwillingness to lose part of a body in the family of a donor. there is also an aspect of comfort and knowledge that they've helped someone else that I think is not fully understood or realised in a lot of people.
And no one understands what that gift means, quite like the recipients.
I wouldn't be here without that person saving my life, and it's like a connection with someone. It's like an angel, really, because it's someone that I'll never meet, but I'm so grateful.
If you had an opportunity to speak to the family, do you know what you would like to say?
Just thank you. On behalf of myself, my family, it's the most generous gift that anyone could give.
Do you know much about your donor?
No.
Would you like to know?
Look, what I know about the donor is his generosity, and that, you know, is with me all the time.
It's looking death in the face, and these people have done that. They've looked death in the face. I don't know anybody who's gone through that process who hasn't been touched by it, who hasn't been changed by it.
Is that the first time you had to confront death?
Yep. Life was running out, and despite, you know, all of, you know, my best efforts, I wasn't going to make it.
What's that like?
It's hard to describe what it's like. It's not something I can put into words. I don't think you probably don't feel so badly for yourself, but you feel so badly for everyone around you, because you realise there's nothing that anybody can do about it.
You're on your own.
You're absolutely on your own, and that's difficult.
Sam Chisholm is back in business. Chairman of Foxtel and the Macquarie Radio Network, and a director of Telstra and the Australian Wool Services.
So we launch when?
He's as busy as he's ever been, but admits some things have changed.
I think it makes you realise just how important, yeah, your fellow man is. You know, this is the sort of essence of community. I mean, we all started off, and everybody thinks that, you know, they're an individual and they can plough their own furrow. But at the end of the day, your dependence on each other is much greater than you think.
It's a great leveller, though, isn't it, when we lose our health?
That's the thing. I don't have much money. My car's broken down and it's staying in that garage where it is because I can't afford to fix it. But in a way, I mean, I've got my health, and that makes me the richest person in the world.
At 64, Sam Chisholm now has a new life. And with his wife Sue, he has every intention of making the most of it.
Awesome, come on.
To get this grant and to get a second chance at life it is a miracle. It is an absolute miracle.
And that's what's happened to you?
Yep, absolutely.
How many more years do you think these lungs should give you or could give you?
Well, I asked Michael Wilson that. I said, how long will these lungs last? He said, Sam, they'll last for the rest of your life.
Just a few years ago, it was total fantasy, science fiction. But now it's fact. The doctors are ready to go, ready to perform human face transplants, to actually provide new faces for old. The trouble is, the public is not. And there's a real row brewing over this medical miracle, which is understandable. Just think, how would you feel about donating your face to science? Or, for that matter, wearing someone else's? And we should just mention there are several graphic scenes in this story. They might be a bit much for the squeamish. Home for James Partridge is Guernsey in the Channel Islands, where he's trying hard to live a normal life. But the truth is, he hasn't always been comfortable showing his face around here. When he was 18, he suffered horrendous burns to most of his body in a car accident.
It took me 3.5 months before I looked in the mirror. And it wasn't a full facial look to start with. It was a very, very gradual. I looked at my eye first and then gradually brought the mirror over to track the whole face. And I think I said something like, "Oh, it's nothing like as bad as I thought it would be."
Did you mean that?
Which was not quite what I thought. No, it was one of those shiver down the spine moments when you know that you are, you know you're looking at something which was, it was hard to see me there.
I imagine that once upon a time you would never contemplated walking down here.
No, I wouldn't.
How long did it take you to get out and walk on your own?
About 7 years.
At 33, Christine Piff had a happy family and the rest of her life to look forward to. Then, just 1 month after this photo was taken, she lost half her face to cancer.
When I first had that surgery, and I wanted to die, I looked in a mirror and I saw my face without the dressing on it. I'd lost all my hair, I weighed 5 stone, I looked like a skeleton. And I looked in that mirror and I thought, how can that face be on a human body? It should be in a coffin, it should be dead and buried.
Until now, there have been 2 ways to rebuild a disfigured face. A series of painful skin grafts, or, as in Christine's case, a prosthesis. But now the medical world is buzzing with talk of a radical new solution, a full face transplant.
Most of your facial features are given to you by your craniofacial skeleton, and that what we're talking about is transplantation of a skin envelope which is elastic and redrapes over whatever bony elements that it's put on top of.
But aren't you really talking about taking off one face and putting it onto someone else?
That is in a short statement correct.
London plastic surgeon Peter Butler says that technically he could perform a full face transplant tomorrow. Not surprisingly, he's at the very centre of what has become a fierce ethical and moral debate.
We've surveyed general public, doctors and nurses, and some of these doctors actually were plastic surgeons. And I was very surprised to find out that the majority of them were happy to receive a face if they required a facial deformity, but very few were willing to donate.
What does that tell you?
That tells you I have a long road ahead of me.
But this is you pre-accident.
Pre-accident.
Pretty confident there.
Confident, yeah. I had a lot going for me.
James Partridge was fresh out of high school when the accident happened. The next 6 months would be a battle just to stay alive.
This shot is so stunning because of the contractures that set in as the scarring tighten and tighten. It was pretty hairy to look at. You know, stiff upper lip is difficult when you haven't got an upper lip. Okay, I think we're nearly ready to go, are we? Hey, those look lovely.
It's taken James a long time to be comfortable in his own skin. He can't imagine what it would be like wearing someone else's.
I am against the idea that this is some kind of solution to the issue of disfigurement, because it isn't. I'm very happy that I know that all these bits come from me. You know, this is from my back and this is from somewhere else and so on. And they're mine, and I'm very attached to them. I'm not quite sure about somebody else's.
There are days when you just don't want to get out of bed, you wish you died. And how can you possibly live the rest of your life looking that way? And to dream every single night of what you looked like before your face was damaged. I see face transplants as being a huge step forward in the technology that reconstructs and rebuilds damaged faces. And I applaud that.
The medical reality is that face transplants will happen. The science is there, but public approval isn't. Most people have come to accept the transplanting of human body parts. Hearts, lungs, livers, even hands. But the face, well, that's going to be a whole lot harder to sell. Our face is our identity, and the fear is, will those who receive a new face look like their donor?
This is a computer simulation using forensic anthropology software where you can reconstruct faces following potentially from face transplantation, where you can estimate what the identity would look like of the individual getting a face transplant.
This is the process potential patients will go through to reassure them, to give them an idea of what they will look like after the transplant.
Here what we see is basically transplanting my face to a recipient, Alex Clark, who's a psychologist who worked on the team, and seeing what you get with my face draped over her craniofacial skeleton, which, as you can see, looks very different than my facial features, but more like her. But obviously not quite like both of us, but more like her than like me.
And the point is that really the recipient doesn't assume the identity of the
donor.
The donor.
The operation would take a minimum of 14 hours. Removing the damaged face, replacing it with a new one, reconnecting all the major nerves and blood vessels. But as with every transplant, rejection is a major problem, and the drugs to prevent it can have deadly side effects.
We're talking about anti-rejection drugs, which themselves have huge risks.
Exactly.
Is it worth it?
Well, that's the key issue in regards to the ethical debate, is how do you balance potential improvement in quality of life versus potential shortening of your life?
How do you as a doctor argue that you may look better, but you may not live as long?
The difficulty for that one is that I can't give you a black and white answer.
The one thing doctors are sure of is that surgically, faces can be reattached successfully. Indian teenager Sandeep Kaur is living proof of that. 9 years ago, she had her face and scalp torn off completely when her hair became caught in farm machinery.
Did you realise the extent of your injuries at the time?
No, I didn't know anything.
With her face and scalp packed on ice, Sandeep's parents rode 4 hours by motorbike to the nearest hospital where it was reattached. It was the first time this had ever been done anywhere in the world. The surgeon was Dr. Abraham Thomas.
As soon as she came in, and they brought it in a bag, the hours part of the face and scalp, that's what it is.
This was what you were presented with?
Yeah, and it looks as though the whole thing has come off as a mask. And next one shows how she looked like when she came and what would have happened if we didn't put it back.
This is a shocking photo,
Yeah,
isn't it?
that's right, that's what I was saying, it was a ghastly picture.
How long after surgery was this photograph
This
taken?
is a week later.
A week?
Later, yeah.
She looks almost normal.
If we didn't put back, it would have been really bad for her. She would have been handicapped for life. Okay, Sandeep, let me just see your scars a little better.
Sandeep does still need more surgery. She only has these scars because her face was torn off so violently.
Can you just close your eyes? Joseph. Okay, good. Open. Okay, good. Show me your teeth.
But this is about more than just looks. The fact that Sandeep has regained her normal facial functions gives surgeons confidence that face transplants will work. What do you believe Dr. Thomas has done for you?
He's done a great lot of good for me. He's like a god for me.
If you weren't able to have your own face put back on, how would you feel about having someone else's?
Oh, I wouldn't like it.
Even if it would make you look a whole lot better?
No, I like my face.
You like your face anyway, don't you?
People have to be taught. That is you don't take your organs to heaven. So can you give it to somebody who needs it? This has to be taught.
Would you be prepared to donate your face?
We definitely will be thinking about that. About changing my face, I don't think my wife will allow me to do that.
See, that's the problem, isn't
That's
it?
a problem, yeah.
And I believe your face is up for grabs.
Ha! My face is donated already. But I have to be dead.
In Britain alone, there are 400,000 people who, like James Partridge, live with facial disfigurements. And while there's an understandable shortage of donors, people are already lining up to receive a new face.
I've had inquiries for approximately 10 people thus far from all over the world in regards to be assessed for face transplantation.
But are they mainly young people, people who are affected by the conditioning of society?
The majority of them are female, and the majority of them are in their 20s to 30s.
It'll be a brave soul who puts their hand up first.
I think for a lot of reasons it will be a brave soul who puts their hand up first.
I'm not against scientific advance at all, but I really want to make sure that we don't leap into something and raise the hopes, perhaps, of some, or indeed give messages to the wider public that disfigurement's so difficult, it's so oof, that we have to find a way of fixing it. That's rubbish.
The race to crack the human genetic code is probably the most exciting new frontier in science. There we're finding the secrets of life itself. For instance, genes that cause depression, obesity and cancer. It's one of those amazing breakthroughs that concerns us tonight. A test for cancer that can save countless lives. But there's a catch. Along this new frontier, it's finders keepers. And that cancer test is now owned by an American corporation. So this Lifesaver now comes at a price, which could just put it out of the reach of many ordinary Australians. Take a close look inside this test tube. This is a person's DNA, their entire genetic story. Billions of molecules that shape human life and death. The Josies live in St Albert, Canada. John is a fireman, Fran a social worker. It's the coldest winter in years, but today's a special day. Their youngest daughter, Hayley, turns 8.
This time again, Hayley, are you going to go in first again? Yay!
Phil and Connie Harvey manage cattle properties in outback South Australia, trying to survive the worst drought in living memory. Geographically, these families are poles apart, yet they're fighting the same battle against the same enemy, cancer.
It has certainly impacted our lives incredibly. I mean, my mum has had 3 diagnoses of cancer, and my sister, I mean, when she was diagnosed, she was 31, and she lived only 7 months. It spread through her body, so it seems that the cancer just metastasized quickly and ravaged their bodies. It was a very difficult time.
Like Fran, Connie's family tree has been splintered by cancer. A grandmother, 2 aunts, then her mother. Little Peggy is named after the grandmother she will never know.
You know, my kids are not going to have their grandmother, and I find that's the hardest. You know, I had the best mother in the world. And if you had seen my mother with my boys, to know that they won't know her, and it's a big thing. They're not going to know, but it's a big thing they've missed out on in their life.
In Australia, breast cancer kills 7 women a day. Scientists long suspected some of these cancers were hereditary, that a rogue gene was to blame. And the big corporations were only too willing to move in on this new frontier. It was here in Utah, in the laboratories of American company Myriad Genetics, that scientists discovered the guilty genes. They found mutations in 2 genes, BRCA1 and 2, BRCA1 and 2, and that these mutations could radically increase a woman's risk of breast and ovarian cancer. But it also meant that for women like Fran and Connie and thousands more, that they could now be tested and finally confront their deepest fears.
You felt in your heart that you really were probably carrying the gene?
Yes, yeah, I think I did, because everyone sort of says I'm very much like my mum in a lot of ways, and I suppose I felt that, you know, it would have been surprised, yeah, if I didn't have it.
3 years ago, a sample of Connie's DNA was sent here to this public clinic in Adelaide for testing. Graham Suthers and his team found the mutant gene.
And that puts her at greater risks for both breast and ovarian cancer?
Absolutely. It dramatically increases her risk of breast cancer from about 8% lifetime risk in the general community to around 60 to 80%. It also dramatically increases her risk of ovarian cancer. The lifetime risk of a woman developing ovarian cancer is about 1%, 1 in 100. But with this particular mutation, this woman is unfortunately at 30 to 60% lifetime risk of developing ovarian cancer.
Well, what do? Do I blame my mum? Does my mum blame my grandmother? You know, like, it's how far do you take it back? You know, none of us asked for it. None of us asked to hand it on to our children. My children have a 50% chance of having it.
Nonetheless,
is it going to be my fault that I've given it to them?
No, I don't believe blame is appropriate, but I think it's a bastard.
Oh, it is a bastard. Yeah, it is.
To be honest, it feels like a diagnosis of cancer. To hear that you have this gene, it was overwhelming, and it hit. And I felt like I'd been kicked in the stomach, you know. And I had to keep reminding myself, I don't have cancer. I don't. And I have choices now. And, but that's what it felt like.
Would it have been better not to know?
No. God, no. No.
You had to know.
I had to know. I had to know.
The BRCA gene test is a lifesaver, which also makes it very lucrative. When Fran and Connie were tested, it cost them nothing. Those days are over. Myriad Genetics now has worldwide patents on its BRCA1 and 2 discoveries. Those patents give them the power to shut down all public testing, all free testing. And that's exactly what they're trying to do.
Those people probably need a license from Myriad, which they haven't got.
Are they acting illegally?
Based on the information I have, they can't do what they're doing without breaching patent law.
Dr. Mervyn Jacobson currently runs this country's largest DNA testing centre for disputed paternity cases. But he's now signed a licensing deal with Myriad for the BRCA test, which makes him a very powerful man in the gene business.
So yes, we hold, according to Myriad's understanding and ours, an exclusive right to practice this testing in Australia.
And that's why we start to get
And it's this privatisation of public health that alarms scientists like Graham Suthers. This corporate gold rush that's taking control of us and our bodies.
If we fail to address it soon, then we will face the situation where there will be controlled access to your genes for diagnosis and healthcare, and indeed for the rest of Australia.
In every part of my body?
In every part of your body. Not only, so that will mean that other companies will control your access to your genes.
As he sees it, the whole idea of patenting genes is not only unethical, it's absurd.
The BRCA gene is natural.
The BRCA gene is something that's present in all of us.
It's a discovery, it's not an invention.
It's a discovery, correct. You can't patent Mount Everest. Why can you patent a gene? If you come up with a good method of climbing Mount Everest, go for it, patent that, that's fine. But if someone else wishes to climb Mount Everest by a different means, they should be free to do so. The same applies to genes.
Patenting has been around for some 400 years, and the governments of the world, in their wisdom, have developed this system. Now, Myriad was given the patent. They can stop anyone doing whatever they want. That's the law.
And that's just what happened here in Canada. In 2001, Myriad ordered Canadian laboratories to stop testing for the BRCA gene mutation. Women who wanted the test had to send their samples to Myriad's American laboratory in Utah. Well, that outraged Canadians, not just because one company now had control of these genes, but also because Myriad's test cost a whole lot more.
Their testing is 3 times as expensive as our testing that we currently allow in Ontario hospitals.
Tony Clement, Health Minister for the Canadian province of Ontario, won't be held to ransom by Myriad. He's vowed to keep testing.
This is the thin edge of the wedge. This is not just about access for women to testing for breast and ovarian cancer predisposition. This is a test case that could, in fact, be applicable to many hundreds of other diseases and syndromes. So the cost of the publicly funded healthcare system would be enormous in those circumstances.
On a human level, you can't measure the value of the BRCA test in dollars and cents. It's an early warning, and it does save lives. But there is a sacrifice. In a few months, Connie and Fran will both undergo a hysterectomy and a mastectomy, losing their breasts and ovaries in a preemptive strike against cancer.
I suppose it's just a relief that I know that I can play a part in preventing this. I can do something about it. I think I would feel worse if I couldn't do anything about it.
And you've been proactive. You've obviously feel as though you're in control.
Yeah, and I think that's an important thing, to take control of your own destiny.
I have to ask you, as a man, a husband, does it concern you at all that Fran will lose her breasts and her ovaries?
No, I don't. It's like playing Russian roulette, but having 5 bullets in the gun. You just don't take those chances, you know. And so it was a very easy decision. It was a black and white decision for us.
Yes, easy is not the word, is it?
Easy is not the word, no.
Do you want to be on the end, or do you want to go third?
I think if I pack in,
That's best. It will be fun. And if it gets too crazy, just bail off. Yeah. All right. I got you.
The Josies are an extremely close family, but there's a shadow over their joy, the rogue BRCA gene. Their 2 daughters are vulnerable.
That's the hardest part with all of this, is that I can't protect them from this. And I pray that they don't get this gene. They have a 50% chance of not getting this gene. It's not. I mean, I have to have hope.
Fran and Connie's kids can be tested after they reach maturity, but that's years away. Who knows how big the gene business will be by then, and how much tests will cost. So, as well as the emotional burden, there's now the fear of a financial one.
It's not logical for me, it's emotional. It's my family that's dying, it's my children that might die. What am I going to do if I can't afford the test when my kids turn 16? Do I make a choice that none of them can have the test? Do one of them have the test?
You can decide who gets access to the BRCA genes. That's the reality here in Australia, isn't it?
Probably that's the legal position, but in practice, if people come forward, they may find that we're very easy to work with.
But nonetheless, you have the control.
But that's what a patent grants, and that's what a license grants, yes.
Do you feel comfortable with that?
Yes, I feel very comfortable with that.
Now in the cold practice, this is about the 4th block.
Whether we like it or not, thousands upon thousands of us are already caught up in this genetics revolution. This billion-dollar race to discover the genes that control everything from physique to intelligence is turning our bodies into a corporate asset. Like the BRCA gene, the property of big business.
This information should be open to everyone, not just Australians, not just Canadians. This is a human story. This is not a political story. It's not a money-making story. You know, it's yeah. This is important. Too important.
Here's a startling fact, frightening too. 1 in 10 of the world's school children is overweight. That's 45 million kids with a problem, possibly for life. And if that's not bad enough, obesity is about to become the major cause of death in the United States. And here in Australia, we're not far behind. So, what are we doing about this deadly serious health crisis? Well, more and more, we're resorting to the knife. It's hard to believe, but kids as young as 12 are giving up their diets and exercise for the quick fix. Radical surgery that's guaranteed to stop them overeating.
It's okay. You're going to be fine. You're in good hands.
17-year-old Brianne Herr is about to undergo life-threatening surgery. An operation that kills 1 in every 1,000 patients each year. She's doing this to lose weight.
I'm going to have a stomach that's the size of a cup. It's weird going from a stomach that's the size of a football.
Brianne is one of hundreds of young people resorting to radical surgery in a last-ditch effort to beat obesity, an epidemic that doctors believe has become our greatest health threat.
We are not even on the tip of the iceberg, we're right up, but this is a cultural catastrophe. That often happens because you're not sleeping well at night because you're so big.
Australian Dr. George Fielding is at the front line of the battle. He's operating on obese kids both here at home and in America.
These kids live in a world of fast life, fast food, high energy food, and to tell a kid who's gigantic that you've just got to eat like a little rabbit, you've got to resist McDonald's, you've got to resist Coke, you've got to resist Microsoft, and you've got to resist the 5,000 ads you see a year about food, and somehow you've got to lose 200 pounds.
And they just can't do it?
They can't do it.
The statistics are frightening. In Australia and America, 60% of all children are overweight, 20% are obese, 5% are classified as morbidly obese. And by next year, obesity will become the leading cause of death in the US.
So are you nervous about the possibility of surgery?
No, I'm anticipating it because I want to be healthier.
And right now, it's those kids who are 40 kilos or 100 pounds overweight who are looking for surgical solutions. In America, the surgery of choice is a gastric bypass operation. It's irreversible, it's dangerous, and involves the stomach being reduced in size and the intestines rearranged to limit the absorption of calories.
We're using to divide the stomach.
Here in Australia, George Fielding and his colleagues perform a different operation. It's called lap band surgery, where a belt is used to restrict the amount the stomach can hold. This procedure is reversible, but like all operations, involves some risk.
Honestly, it's the most satisfying thing I've ever done. Because you take these humongous, sad kids and you give them a shot at a normal life. That's all it boils down to.
Is it the last roll of the dice for them?
Yes, it is. And if I achieve anything in my life doing this, and this has become my life now, it's to make people realise that fat people are sick people as well.
I'm really glad I went through with it.
Are there no regrets of any kind?
None. None at all.
If there was a pin-up girl for gastric bypass surgery, Amy Topel would be it. 12 months ago, this was her, 120 kilos and climbing.
It was hell. It was miserable. I would pretty much just be by myself. I would, sit in the cafeteria by myself because nobody really would want to sit and really talk to me, and I just wasn't popular and just never was happy.
Since the operation, Amy's lost 45 kilos. Today, she has a few tiny scars as a reminder.
Right there, and right there, and that's it.
But she also has a whole new wardrobe.
Most of the time it would be these to help. Figure it would hide everything, but I'm more popular, I'm more outgoing, I'm not afraid to talk to people, I have a great job, I have a wonderful boyfriend, I'm much happier, I've never smiled this much in my life.
It's saying to people, well, you can't control your behaviour, so we'll try and control it artificially. But in the long run, has a negative effect because they still have to change their lifestyle.
Dr. Gary Egger is an obesity specialist. As the man who founded Gutbusters, he believes surgery for fat children is not only dangerous, but a cop-out. Dr. Egger says the solution is simple. Parents must make their kids exercise more and eat less.
There's no treatment that works without a lifestyle change. There is no magic fix. There is no drug, there's no surgery where you don't have to change your lifestyle. By suggesting that all overweight or obese children need to be operated on, I think is throwing up our arms and saying this is useless, we can't do anything about it.
How young is too young for this operation?
Well,
or for surgical intervention?
Yeah, it's probably at the moment it's 12 is where we sort of cut it off.
12?
Well, we've done 12-year-olds.
You've operated on 12-year-olds?
Sure, 400-pound 12-year-olds. If you met these kids, you see, it's incomprehensible. It's a really scary notion. It's like, this is just so weird that you would do this, but it's also really weird that you're that big.
Was it just too much food?
I think so. I think it was too much food, eating too much, and often.
I eat a lot of chocolate and sweets, and obviously there's no real good health thing with that, and that's my downfall is sweets.
Twins Charlie and Sam Fabricant, at their heaviest, weighed in at a combined 630 pounds, nearly 286 kilos. That was until 6 months ago, when Charlie, at the age of 15, decided on surgery. After that, his appetite changed forever.
One piece of pizza could last him 3 days.
One slice.
Since the surgery, Charlie has lost 45 kilos, nearly a third of his old weight.
I can't see a downside from where I'm sitting because, of course, there was the pain at first, but, I mean, I just had to do it, and so I think it was well worth it.
Over the same period, Sam, who has not had the operation, has been dieting and exercising. He's lost just 4.5 kilos.
I'm envious of him. I know, this was a drastic step, but obviously if you want a quick solution right now, that's what's happening right now.
This is a family who has always battled the bulge, sometimes in the most bizarre ways.
I got shots from a doctor of the urine from a pregnant woman, and supposedly that would help your metabolism. That was the most bizarre diet.
The boy's mum, Wendy, has had the controversial gastric bypass surgery herself and believes it's only a matter of time before Sam has the operation.
I don't care what anybody else says that we've put Charlie, in a dangerous situation having surgery, but it was the only choice.
And Charlie's surgeon, Dr. Chris Salvino, agrees. He, controversially, believes that diet and exercise have little to do with our growing obesity epidemic.
Heavy people did not cause the weight problem.
They ate. too much.
Their genes have caused this to happen. Most heavy people, if you actually sat down and talked to them, are not eating much more than you or I. So many heavy people...
Is that true, though?
That's true.
Really?
That's true. Many people have tried regular diets. Their metabolism is just different. So it's really a disease state. It's a disease state like bad eyesight.
But aren't you almost giving people an excuse to accept their obesity?
We're not giving an excuse. We're giving them a chance at a second life.
Genetics loads the gun and environment pulls the trigger. If you think it's genes that's causing the problem, you'll have a look at mum and dad and the kids, and then you have a look at the family dog or cat. And if the family dog or cat are obese, then it's not a genetic problem, it's an environmental problem.
Everybody's eating too much.
Exactly.
At the end of the day, fat people are fat, I believe, because they have uncontrollable hunger. It manifests itself all different ways, but they're just hungry all the time.
And George should know. He's battled obesity himself. And it wasn't until he had lap band surgery, the very same operation he now performs, that he gained control of his weight.
I didn't want to die. I really thought I was going to die. I was on 11 tablets and medicines. I'm really bright, I'm really aggressive, I'm smart. I can do just about anything, but I could not stop eating.
We're grateful at this time that Brienne is preparing for her surgery, and we ask thee to please bless her.
Remember Brienne Her. As she sat down to her last meal before her gastric bypass operation, she weighed 290 pounds. That's more than 130 kilograms. 4 weeks later, we met up with her again. She's lost 18 kilos, but is still in pain from the operation and has not yet been able to eat solid food.
I kept asking my mom, why did you let me do this? And she was just like, it was your choice and you made the decisions.
And remember, the surgery is irreversible.
Fine, you're just waking up. It was really horrible because I kept playing back in my mind, was it really worth it? So I would just go in crying and I couldn't stop crying.
Brienne, it's time for your protein drink.
For the rest of her life, she must supplement her diet with a cocktail of vitamins and minerals.
There is a major adjustment that has to be made to your lifestyle. Is that hard to do?
Yeah, it's very hard. Before, I'd go out with my friends and we'd get a hamburger and some French fries and drink. And now I can't even eat, 5 French fries without feeling full.
5 French
Well, I haven't
fries.
tried French fries yet, but,
But that's all it would take.
Yeah, that's all it would take. And I'd be like, I can't do it anymore.
It's not an easy solution. It works very effectively in the right hands, but it's not an easy solution. People do have to still change their lifestyle, and it remains a problem for the rest of their lives. If somebody is obese, they remain potentially obese for the rest of their lives.
Are you comfortable as a doctor doing this?
I am now. I was scared, scared.
Itless.
Yeah, itless. At the notion. And I was also scared about how I'd be perceived. But I tell you, you take one of these kids and they lose the 200 pounds, and they come off all their pills, and they bring in their girlfriend. It's cool.
That's when you know you've...
I've done good for them. I genuinely have.
George Fielding believes he's fighting a life and death battle, one we can't afford to lose.
Because the thing is, we all love kids, and the notion that our kids are going to die before we do is the great horror that everyone has, and it's going to happen.
That our own children could die before we do.
We will be burying our kids, because they are going to get diabetes. And when you get diabetes, you go blind, you get kidney failure, you get heart attacks, and your legs drop off. And it's going to happen.
Just because we got fat?
Correct. It's a nightmare.
Did you take your vitamin C this morning? Echinacea, folic acid or fish oil? Have you had acupuncture, a remedial massage, or seen a herbalist? If you have, you are certainly not alone. It's called alternative or complementary medicine, a booming industry worth at least $2 billion a year. Its products and therapies are used by more than half the population. Yet nobody can say for sure they work, and if they do, why. Even the experts seem divided. Some say science should keep an open mind, others that it's all in the mind, mere witchcraft, a waste of money, and maybe even downright dangerous. You don't need a crystal ball to tell that this is a big business.
$8 for all DVDs. We have Reiki, yoga, Pilates, breathing.
And at the rate it's growing, Australians will soon be spending more on alternative pills and alternative therapies than they do on conventional medicine.
What's this?
Come on.
Wheatgrass juice.
Wheatgrass juice. It helps build your body up and clear the toxin from your body.
This is the Mind, Body and Spirit Festival in Melbourne recently. A sort of medical convention for the unconventional. Got a sinus problem? Prescription antibiotics can't hold a candle to this treatment.
The medical profession can't pretend that this is not happening. It is happening. The revolution is here.
I chose to submit myself to William Twofeather, a traditional Apache medicine man. I don't like taking pills or potions, but Twofeather asked me to swallow nothing more than the extraordinary idea that sound, tone and vibration can repair the ravages of a long journalistic life. It'll be an unusual and an extended treatment. Time enough to ponder whether I'm entering the twilight of rationality or the new dawn of modern medicine. Mark Keary has advanced kidney cancer. 18 months ago, he was dying and there was nothing conventional medicine could do to save him. By rights, he should be dead.
I had a 7-centimetre tumour in the kidney and I had secondaries in both sides of the lung. So I went to the doctors and I said, what are my chances of survival? And they said, you've got a 10% chance of lasting 5 years. Words can't describe the sense of being alone when a doctor tells you that you're going to die very soon.
Mark was at the height of his career in clothing, a multi-millionaire and controller of a fashion empire.
It's lilac.
The cancer was aggressive and widespread. Despite the best medical attention, even in the United States, there seemed to be no stopping it.
It was kind of all bets were off because when I was in New York, they said we give you 6 to 12 months to live.
You were basically a dead man. Huh?
It's not an uncommon story. When modern medicine can do no more, the patient seeks unconventional help.
And I had given up actually, hadn't I?
You have at some stage given up?
Mark has created a virtual industry, an industry that he believes keeps him alive. There's Dr. Choi, his acupuncturist.
So today, Dr. Stronger Leg.
Breathing in and visualising beautiful white light.
And there's Pei, his Reiki master and colour therapist.
Just feeling all the energy draining out of the head, the neck and the shoulders.
And Kate, his full-time chef, who ensures Mark gets only the very best organically grown nutrition.
The name of the game when you're very, very sick is to increase the energy to stop the disease from spreading through your body. It's very simple. It's not a science. All you're about, that means more rest. Don't over-exercise, don't drink too much, eat the right foods.
So how much has he gained?
He's gained 15 kilos.
15 kilos?
Yeah.
Mark now believes that these alternative therapies really work and that he is the living proof.
You know, the Chinese believe that everything improves slowly, slowly. And I believe that given enough time, the body can heal itself.
So with his diet, with his Chinese medicine, with his meditation, and the fact that he's got an extra year than he was promised, there could well be something in this.
In particular, if he puts the healthy diet together with lifestyle changes like meditation, group support, we know from science that he will do better than a cancer patient that doesn't do that.
Cancer specialist and surgeon Professor Amelia Adams is head of the School of Integrative Medicine at Melbourne's Swinburne University. Here is a man of science embracing alternative ways.
Is there a diet that could actually kill cancer cells, for instance?
We definitely know that there are certain substances in certain foods that can kill cancer cells.
Is there a diet that can actually kill cancer cells?
No diet that can kill cancer cells.
More and more, the argument over alternative medicine has become a debate where experts disagree. Professor John Dwyer, a respected immunologist and consumer watchdog, represents the case for the negative.
Iridology, homeopathy, reflexology, a number of these procedures are based on zero science with lots of evidence to suggest that they couldn't possibly do what's claimed. There's no end to the myriad of fraudulent claims out there that take money out of people's pockets and occasionally stop them from getting proper treatment and proper diagnosis.
This is a form of extraction. This is how we extract things from the client's body.
Still under the spell of Two Feather and his lovely assistant Sue, one can only wonder, is there nothing at all scientifically valid in the vast landscape of alternative healing? Echinacea, fish oil, folic acid, St John's wort, evening primrose oil, glucosamine. There are hundreds of products. Every year we spend $1.5 billion on vitamin supplements alone, pills and potions that may just be worthless.
Like most Australians, if anything, I'm probably over-vitaminised. This whole rip-off industry out there that tries to tell Australians to neutralise an unfortunate lifestyle with vitamins is thriving.
But Professor Sally quotes studies from Harvard Medical School endorsing the value of vitamin supplements.
And they showed very clearly that if you take a vitamin and mineral supplement per day, you will live longer than the other person that doesn't take one on a daily basis. This is science.
There is absolutely no justification for continuing to foist things on people like telling them to take garlic and vitamin C and the like, when there's absolutely no evidence to suggest that this is in any way beneficial.
What do you take?
I certainly take a multivitamin mineral. And we know that despite the fact that Professor Dwyer doesn't think vitamin C is very good, in fact there's numerous studies, and one of the most recent ones is one showing that vitamin C and E was protective against Alzheimer's disease. Have you got the coupling of the electrodes there?
Professor Sally believes in keeping an open mind, but a scientific focus.
Once you analyse all the activity...
Here, his team is researching the benefits on brain function of a compound extracted from pine bark.
Prescription drugs are dangerous. We know from US figures that the fourth commonest cause of death was prescription drugs.
To have a life-threatening illness and one that was created as a side effect of medication, boy, it makes you think twice. It really does. And,
Last year, Karen Phelps nearly died from medication. The former president of the AMA was prescribed a hormone preparation which produced a life-threatening side effect, blood clots in her lungs.
There's no question that I went through a period of being angry. I very quickly turned that around to see this as a sign that you can do more for your health. I'm lucky to have survived this. Medical science and time got me about 90% better. The other 10% was about looking at alternatives and lifestyle, and that's what got me to the 100% healthy again. I suspect many of your patients are not only taking complementary medicines, but asking you about them as alternatives.
Today, Professor Phelps is an advocate of embracing alternative medicine wherever it can be proven to be effective and safe.
When we're in a sticky clinical situation,
she's now a medical consultant to a vitamin company and lectures her own profession on the possibilities of keeping an open mind.
It's not about whether it's scientific or not, because I believe strongly that medical science doesn't have a monopoly on evidence. We have a vast range now of evidence around alternatives that really do work, and quite often with less risk to patients.
Echinacea.
Not worth the money, minimal effect.
St John's wort.
Good antidepressant, but I don't think it should be available without prescription.
Homeopathy.
Anti-science.
Millions of Australians follow it.
Anti-science.
Fish oil.
Jury's out.
Glucosamine.
It's good science to suggest that, along with anti-inflammatory medications that can help people with osteoarthritis, should be available widely to people with that problem.
Folic acid.
Folic acid is worthy of recommendation to the population.
You take it yourself?
I take it myself.
Well, I think it's good how the back pocket's smaller, so it proportionally makes your bottom look sort of smaller. This would be good
Against the odds and the prognosis, Mark Carey is back at work and looking good in an industry where good is the only way to look.
I think kind of here, I think we've got it.
That's not to say he's cured. Mark Carey is still living with cancer.
I really like this new gene.
It wouldn't be churlish of me to observe that a lot of this couldn't be done were you not wealthy. There's a keeping Mark alive industry, isn't there?
Most of the things I do each day don't cost anything. Slow walks don't cost anything. To sit on a hill overlooking the water and trying to think of nothing, that's free.
Yeah. Okay. According to science, all things should be put to the test. The jury might still be out on William Two-Feather, but for me, what set him apart from conventional care was the fact that the medicine man rang me on his mobile 2 days later to ask how I was going. I told him I was feeling fine.
So if anybody's willing to come and help me out with this kind of work, it's very simple. I'm twofeather.net.
This is a story of seeming contradictions, typified by the Apache medicine man with an internet address. The former head of the quite conservative AMA, embracing other medicines and other ways. And of course, Mark Carey, this week still walking in the sunshine and marvelling at the world.
Well, I look upon each day as a blessing, number one, so when there's a nice day like this, I want to spend as much time outside. That means...
For Mark, the question of scientific proof is merely academic. For him, the fact that he's still here is proof enough.
How can you know for sure that it's been these strategies that have prolonged your life, maybe even saved it?
Well, how else can you argue with the fact that 18 months ago I was a walking skeleton? I mean, I'm much stronger than I've ever been. I feel healthier than I did 5 years ago.
Now, conventional experts will say that this sometimes happens. Sometimes there is a remission.
Well, isn't that a good thing?
You're meant to be dead now, and you're sitting here looking terrific.
As I sit here today, I'm a miracle.
Back in the 70s, it was seen as a noble community service, giving real hope to infertile couples. Sperm donors, mostly young men, mostly students, who did their bit to help create happy families. And in Australia alone, an estimated 10,000 babies were born thanks to this artificial insemination program. A happy ending, you'd think. But no, those babies have grown up and many are disenchanted. Some are desperate to trace their biological fathers, and some feel so cheated they want the whole program stopped to prevent any more children being born this way.
So they just syringe it into there, do they?
Yeah, basically.
This is an extraordinary moment for a father and daughter. For the first time, they've come back to where Mfanwi Walker's life began, a laboratory at the Royal Women's Hospital in Melbourne. 23 years ago, Michael Linden's frozen sperm helped create this young woman. Today, she's confronting her conception, and she doesn't like it.
Here, I have one ejaculate per container.
I just think that the whole very idea of this canister devalues my creation, even though my parents loved me and wanted me so very much. The reality of the fact is that I'm alive, and I came from one of these.
This is a product, it's a consumer.
Yeah.
And without it, you wouldn't be here.
Doesn't matter, I am here.
And then there's Joanna Rose, conceived 32 years ago in Britain with donor sperm. Despite a decade-long search, she hasn't been able to find her donor father. She says seeing herself is like looking at a stranger.
I do. I literally just think, who's she? Who's she again? She's following me around. I see my own reflection. And I don't look like my mum. I don't. I think I probably have the face of, a female version of my genetic father. And that's weird.
Joanna and Mfanwi are the first generation of children born of donor insemination and the very first offspring to speak out against it. They want it banned to stop the very process that created them in the first place.
You had lab coats and syringes and an aseptic technique, You are the genetic combination of people who wouldn't touch each other with a barge pole. Didn't even want to look at each other. That gets to you.
How many donations did you make?
I made 10. I think that was the limit at that time.
Michael Linden was a young university student when he first signed up for $10 a donation.
Did you ever consider that you were creating $10 babies?
No, I didn't. No, I never felt that way about it.
What did you think you were doing?
I was being paid for giving them my sperm. That's all I thought I was doing. You definitely resemble my mother, facially. I thought there was some similarities.
Promised anonymity and no responsibility, the young hippie didn't think twice about it. But then, 2 decades later, he discovered a daughter he never knew existed, a daughter that had been desperately looking for him.
Do you remember that? That having that photo taken?
It was just by chance. 2 years ago, Michael spotted Mfanwi's plea in a newspaper and recognised himself in her.
The door opens, and as he welcomed me into the door, I knew that I was related to him, even, without it even being a conscious thought. I knew that he was my relation and that he was my biological father.
I saw my daughter. I saw an instant recognition.
Did that blow you away?
It did. I described it. I've paralleled it with having a new baby come into your life.
You like to say there's no right or wrong.
There's been no such comfort for Joanna.
Act like I disappear.
Her search has so far brought nothing but frustration.
What do you know about your biological father?
I think he was a medical student, apparently, and I know he donated during 1971 at Harley Street. There was a handful of guys who donated for 7 years, up to 3 times a week, and they called it the Wank Bank. And apparently I have probably between 200 and 300 half-siblings.
How does that notion make you feel?
Dizzy. Just dizzy with... just dizzy in so many ways, like just dizzy that they could do that to me, that there could be that lack of thought, that it's so reckless.
Do you think that the whole donor insemination process is a social experiment?
No, donor insemination isn't a social experiment. It's a valid and appropriate medical treatment to overcome a deficiency, a loss, the absence of sperm.
Dr. John McBain is one of the pioneers of donor insemination in Australia. Here, there have always been limits on the number of donations, but he does admit there were mistakes when it began in the 70s.
I think we got it wrong.
In what way?
Because we didn't consider that children would at some time in the future want to have that information, which we can now have.
Until recently, only minor details like the donor's height and eye colour were kept. So if it wasn't for Mfanwi's public plea, she would never have found Michael.
I'm one of the lucky ones. I've got Michael in my life, and I've got contact with my biological family. There's thousands and thousands of people out there who will never have what I've got.
Well, talking to these adults, they say they feel incomplete. Some of them say they look in the mirror and they don't know who they are.
I'm so sorry to hear that, but I'm not sure that the whole donor insemination program, with the vast good that it has done for so many people, should be dismantled because of the sad things which have happened to these children.
These are basic things that matter to people. Your medical history, your ethnicity, who your parents, your direct genetic parents are, your siblings. You know, we're not living in La La Land. These are things that ground people. It gives them a sense of identity and belonging and who they are. And, you know, I have that need just as much as everybody else.
But for infertile couples, being able to create a family is what it's all about, to fulfil an overwhelming need to have a baby. But that baby grows up without its biological father, and for some, that leaves a terrible void in their lives.
There was a kind of parental abandonment, yeah, by your genetic father, yeah. You were gifted, you know, it's...
But he wasn't a parent, you hadn't been
No, but
conceived.
he gave up his rights and responsibilities in relationships. He created a child he would have no acknowledgement of.
He helped create.
No responsibility for. Yeah, then that is a type of... Look, I wasn't raised by my genetic father. That's a sense of abandonment. I'm sorry to say it is.
So what do you know about your donor father?
I know that he went to Duntarine Military College for 2 years at least.
25-year-old Liam Marcus was conceived in Canberra thanks to a donation from a young military student.
Do you look into the faces of strangers you see on the streets and say, I wonder if you could be my dad?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah. I mean, of course, it crosses your mind, you know, if someone sort of looks similar or something, but yeah, not normally.
He knows very little about his biological father and, apart from learning his medical history, has no driving urge to find him.
I think it's a brave decision. Yeah, I mean, it can't have been easy to go into a sort of fertility clinic knowing that you're donating sperm to make people. Yeah, and I'm glad that he did. I thank him for his genes, wherever he may be. And yeah, I think I'm really glad that he did.
And what do you think of your parents' decision to conceive you in this way?
It tells me they wanted me pretty bad, yeah, and I also feel very warm about that. They've obviously gone through a lot of pain and trouble to bring me into this world, and I do appreciate that fact.
Oh, we had this guy coming in, he's put a big hole in the little kitchen at the back.
And so what of Mafanwi's mum, Mary Walker? She was only able to have children because of Michael Linden, and not one, but two. Her husband was infertile, and so Michael's sperm helped produce Mafanwi and her younger brother, coincidentally also named Michael.
Today your daughter went to the sperm bank for the first time and described the place as emotionless, loveless. Was her creation without love?
No, that's actually completely wrong, because for about 8 years I'd been trying to have children. So she was really... It's the one thing my two children cannot say is actually that they're not wanted children. They're the two most wanted children in the world and the two most loved.
How do you feel about Michael?
Yeah, he's a nice bloke. That little bit where the bath used to be.
Why'd you do it anyway?
What do you think about his decision to donate sperm?
Well, a bit weird. I wouldn't donate sperm.
Why is that?
Because I wouldn't want to have 5, 6 kids not knowing who their father is. That'd be a bit weird for them. And not me, not knowing them, so it's a bit complicated.
In fact, it's so complicated that up to 80% of parents who use donor insemination never tell their children their father is not their natural father. Mafanwi was 20 before she was told, and then only after the divorce of her parents.
Do you really think that being told is the right thing?
Yes, absolutely. Not for a minute. Even though with, everything that I've experienced since that point, not for a minute would I go back to not knowing this day. I don't think it's right to deceive someone about their conception and about who their family really is.
That's why I say to those donors in the past that they should see that there may be children out there that have this missing part of their lives, and they should be open to being contacted by those children, because it means something to those children to know where they came from.
For adults like Liam, the only chance they have of finding their biological fathers is if those men contact one of the voluntary registries throughout Australia. Even today, donors are still anonymous, except in Victoria, where since 1998 they must be identifiable.
How do you feel about people who say that they have a right to know their biological history at all costs?
I mean, I respect their beliefs. I believe that I can understand how it could really become an overriding factor in your life. But as for myself, I'd have no desire to sort of go out there and make it the be-all and end-all of my life, and I'm happy.
It has become an obsession for Joanna Rose. In Britain's High Court, she's been fighting for the rights of donor offspring, and in Australia is doing a PhD on the ethics and social impact of donor conception.
This whole industry is growing. It's not like everybody's learnt from the mistake and they've all stopped and it's all fine now. I really feel a sense of compulsion to say, look, even at the beginning when you were doing donation, you stuffed up. Stop.
I believe that there is some real hurt. I think it's outrageous, however, to imagine it would have been better never having been conceived.
Smoke and mirrors hide my name. I couldn't have been here if I never came.
For Joanna, her creation was all smoke and mirrors, deception and recklessness.
You think that makes it alright.
For Mifanwi, it gave her 2 fathers but took away her peace of mind. And for others like Liam, it was the greatest gift of all. It gave him his life.
It does dumbfound me sometimes to think that you'd rather be non-existent than to have come through this program.
Like to say there's no right or wrong.
I was created from a doctor inseminating my mother, and I don't know why that bothers me. I think it's something that I haven't completely understood yet, but it does bother me.
You cannot make it alright.
I think the doctor should apologise. I think the government should apologise. You can't just go, oh, whoops, well, you're here now. You know, you wouldn't have been here if it weren't for it, so don't make a fuss. Get on with life. You know, it's serious.
Tony Briffa loves a laugh, tinkering with his car and mucking about with the kids. On the face of it, a pretty ordinary bloke, but with a story to tell that's absolutely extraordinary. What doctors did to Tony seems as cruel as it is unforgivable. Perhaps more so when you learn that this is still happening to Australian kids today. You see, Tony was born a boy with a rare genital condition. But instead of letting nature take its course, his doctors decided to castrate him, surgically remove everything and turn him into a girl. Raised as Antoinette, Tony was never told this devastating secret. What followed was a nightmare, a heartbreaking battle to become the man he always knew he was.
I never felt comfortable as a girl. I always wanted to be a boy. For the most part, I was pretty scared to voice the way that I felt. I did at one stage say to them that, you know, I wish that I was a boy. Not that it got, you know, any response from them.
We first met Antoinette Briffa 5 years ago. Today, it's Tony Briffa. Not just a change of name, but a return to his true identity as a man. It all began when Antoinette was born with ambiguous genitalia. Biologically a boy, but physically it was impossible to tell if she was male or female. Doctors decided it was easier to make her a girl. But Antoinette was never to be told in the hope she'd never know the difference.
I was in the waiting room and I borrowed my medical records from the counter and had a look, and I saw the karyotype and it said 46XY. I just started crying. I thought, wow, you know, I've just been lied to all my life.
My main drive is to be the person that I was supposed to be from birth. I don't believe that I was some disgusting, hideous, defective person. I just wanted to be the person that God made me.
I did at one stage say to them that, you know, I wish that I was a boy.
Obviously, the voice is very different. The hair is very different.
Well,
Talking about all those sorts of
there.
things. Well, that's right. Well, that's the other thing, being referred to as Antoinette and she and all that sort of thing is quite strange, really.
The transition from Antoinette to Tony started shortly after her appearance 5 years ago on 60 Minutes. With testosterone treatment and surgery, Tony has become the man he always knew he was. In physical terms, do you still look like a woman?
I look in places. I mean, I'm ambiguous. I mean, after those surgeries that they performed on me, I can't help but be otherwise. Unfortunately, that's why I'm so against these surgeries. They are irreversible, and at the same time, they're not done for any medical need.
Tony's journey began 35 years ago when he was born with a condition known as partial AIS, androgen insensitivity syndrome. It meant that physically his gender was unclear. Even though he had some male genitalia, doctors believed he could never function as a man, and so they decided he should be a girl.
They castrated me when I was 7. Performed, so-called cosmetic genital surgeries on me until the age of 15, starting from the time I was born. That's about it.
So the aim was to make you look like a female?
That's right, a facsimile of a female.
And so that's how he was raised. With twin sister Catherine, Tony looked every inch a girl. The long hair, frilly dresses, even attending an all-girls school.
He said to me, "Can't you see that Tony is a normal girl and we can make her into a beautiful girl and Tony wouldn't know a thing what happened?" And I thought, that'll be good.
Tony's mother Anne was convinced by doctors that because of her child's physical shortcomings, there was no option.
Because the penis wasn't formed properly, they said to me, "Well, have a look at her. Can we really make her into a boy?"
This was Tony's room. Yes. Anne did her best to raise a daughter and finds it hard to accept she now has a son.
That's one of her suits. Look how skinny she was. Size 10.
But without knowing the truth, even as a small child, Tony was rejecting the lie.
And you can see how old it is. But she never even opened it up. Wasn't interested in it at all.
You couldn't get Tony to play with dolls?
No way.
All I wanted to be is normal. If there was somehow that I could have just been normal, that would have been fine. But the reality was, I was just a guy, and they did all this stuff to me and tried to make me look like a girl, but that wasn't me.
What would have happened to you if you'd continued to live the lie?
I don't know, but it's too difficult to keep up that facade for too long. And I kept it up for a bloody long time.
How can they think for 1 minute they can make a boy into a girl? How can they? You can't change anybody into anything. You are what you are.
It all began 40 years ago in Canada. David Reimer became the world's test case for gender assignment, an experiment doctors said would prove nurture could overcome nature.
He was trying to brainwash me to be something I'm not, which was to be a girl. At the same time, to observe, to study, like you would a bug.
Are you having good results with the people upon whom you've operated?
Yes, I think we can say that is true.
Psychologist John Money treated David Reimer as a toddler after his penis was badly burnt during circumcision. He was convinced with surgery, hormones and psychotherapy, David could be turned into a girl. But the experiment failed. As a teenager, David refused further treatment.
I figured it's no longer my life anymore. So, I said, I'm not making any decisions for myself. I can't go back. If I go back, I'm going to kill myself. That's it. We never went back.
Last year, David Reimer did kill himself. In Australia, about 60 so-called intersex babies are born a year, and despite the lesson of David Reimer, the practice of assigning gender continues both here and in America.
Absolutely disgraceful. And obviously the whole treatment of people with intersex conditions is predicated on a lie. We know that this theory was false, was baseless.
For anyone, gender assignment is an overwhelming concept. You're talking about the very essence of our identity, being male or female. But try to get an explanation from the doctors. None we contacted would be interviewed. None would defend the treatment.
It used to be almost the standard approach to a child of uncertain sex 20 or 30 years ago.
For many years, Gary Warren was Tony's doctor. He wouldn't be interviewed for this story, but 5 years ago on 60 Minutes told Jeff McMullen the treatment that turned Tony into Antoinette was standard practice.
The reasoning was that a good surgical result, making a baby appear female, would result in the baby feeling female.
And yet you yourself didn't volunteer to Antoinette to tell her, a bright woman, an educated woman, really the truth.
Antoinette is a very intelligent woman, and she's going through a journey. I've certainly explained her condition to her fully, but it simply wasn't part of the culture at that time to do so.
Yes, I mean, in retrospect, it was something that we made a great error, and we need to rectify that error.
American child psychiatrist and surgeon Bill Reiner used to decide the sex of his infant patients, but after seeing the emotional damage in some, he no longer believes in surgical intervention.
So I think that the sex assignment issue, have we followed it blindly? I'd say we followed it without thinking it through. It's not our area. The etiology of somebody's identity is not something that surgeons learn, that endocrinologists learn, that pediatricians learn. It's way out of our fields. And we placed too much faith in people who we thought knew what they were telling us.
Tony is now fighting to see gender assignment taken out of doctors' hands and the decision made by the family court.
The issue of consent really is the paramount issue here. Children have the right to determine for themselves, their own body, their own physical integrity.
But if you're waiting for that child to reach the age of 12 with ambiguous genitalia, does that not make for a very messed up kid?
No, because you tell them gradually and as they're growing up about differences in children. That some children are fat, some are skinny, some can have children, some can't have children. That some are boys and some are girls, and some people aren't sure. Yes, you raise them as a male or a female, but not perform anything irreversible until they can decide.
Is it a bit of a show-off mobile?
Oh yeah, a bit of a chick magnet.
Does it work?
No, it doesn't work, unfortunately.
Tony never had any doubt about his identity. He's always had an interest in classic cars, he's a mechanic and an aviation engineer. He's always felt like a man, but now, because of early surgery, he needs hormones to help him look like one.
I've gone through 2 puberties, a female one and a male one. So,
well, which one was the easier one to bear?
I suppose that the masculinising puberty was the most interesting and the most enjoyable, because it was really about self-discovery and about finally the real person coming out of what doctors had previously created. So yeah, I enjoyed that, and everything was a surprise. So
have you ever doubted whether you're a man or not?
Not for a second.
21-year-old Lee Riley is the man Tony could have been if doctors hadn't intervened. He too was born genetically male, but had ambiguous genitalia. His mother stood up to doctors who said he should undergo surgery and be brought up a girl.
They said that I wouldn't sort of grow properly, I wouldn't ever fit in with other boys or men, and just that I wouldn't be able to function in everyday life as a male.
Well, it wasn't too bad. We weren't allowed to start.
Lee grew up playing football and never had a problem attracting girls. He recently proposed to his girlfriend, Jenny.
The biggest difficulty I've ever faced wasn't a physical one, it was more of a psychological, like, when do I tell him, and when I do, what and how much.
So what do you say?
I haven't had a complaint yet.
One had 10, one had 7.
I think they should wait till the child is old enough to make its own decision, because I made a mistake and I wouldn't advise any other mother to make the mistake I did, because it's like someone stepped me in my heart. Nobody knows how I feel. There is a lot of times when I go in a corner and I think, oh my God, what have I done?
Cheers. Cheers. For Tony, life as a man is just beginning. He's recovering from a recent mastectomy and will need testosterone for the rest of his life. So at this stage, do you feel fully male?
Oh yes, I'm male. Fully male. What does that mean? Well, I'm no Adonis, but yeah, I'm male. Yeah.
Tony will never be able to have children of his own, but for the past 6 years, he's been parent to Chris and Monique, who came to him from a broken home. In that time, they've seen their mum turn into their dad. So as Antoinette, did you feel like their mum? And as Tony, do you feel like their dad?
That's a good question. I guess I didn't feel like their mum, but I certainly felt like a parent and someone who loves them very much and would do anything I can for them, and someone that wants the best for them and their future. Yeah.
It was the same for Tony's parents and doctors. By raising him as a girl, they must have thought they were giving him the best chance of a normal and happy life.
Hey everybody, grubs up!
It's taken 35 years for that mistake to be put right, through honesty and incredible courage.
I would have rather that they'd left me the heck alone. And that's it. Oh, there was nothing wrong with me. It's a birth variation, not a defect. I'm proud of being the way that I am, and if I could go back to the way I was born, I'd do it in a split second.
I'm Tony, and that's what I wanted to affirm myself as being, so that's what I became. And, don't get me wrong, I'm very proud of everything that I did as Antoinette, and very proud of Antoinette, but, it wasn't really me.
It's no secret women are leaving it later to have children, but 66? That's how old Adriana Iliescu is, and she's just had a healthy baby girl, making her the oldest mother in the world. Far too old, say the experts. Here in Australia, our oldest mum was 53 when she gave birth to triplets. And wait till you see how she's coping. So, how old is too old? And what is a fit and proper mother? We decided to investigate, an investigation that took us to 3 continents, 5 countries. And in our travels, we discovered something else. A sinister racket, an international trade in human eggs. For millions of people around the world, there's something terribly wrong with this picture. She may look like a proud gran. In fact, Adriana Iliescu is the mother. She's just given birth to daughter Eliza Maria at the age of 66.
I think it's a beautiful gift. My life has been made complete with something that was missing. The emptiness I felt in my life has been filled.
This Romanian university professor is the world's oldest mother.
She's just too old. We have to have the courage to say this. She's too old, and it's selfish.
Miss Iliescu was briefly married in her early 20s, but decided not to have children. Indeed, had 2 abortions. Now, still single, she's discovered it really is never too late. What do you intend telling your daughter about why you decided to have her at the age of 66?
I will probably break this to her in stages as she is growing up. I'm not worried, because by that time she'll also be able to understand my achievements for a lifetime.
It's become a worldwide phenomenon. First-time mothers are getting older, much older. In fact, the number of women giving birth in their 40s has doubled in the last decade. And it's no longer shocking to find mothers in their 50s.
I'm an emotional healer and a life coach. And I thought, what is my deepest desire? And my deepest desire for me personally was to have children and to have a family. And so I thought, you know what? I'm going to go and do that.
Okay. Would you like a tissue? Alita St. James simply decided she wasn't ready to have children until she was 56. There's no father or father figure in this household either. But this new-age New Yorker had no trouble finding a doctor willing to help.
He said, Alita, you look young. You have the body of a 30-year-old. You look fabulous. There's no reason why you can't do this. Let's go for it.
When people say you look fabulous, you do, but they're talking about something else.
Physiologically. In other words, you could be, like I'm 57 right now, but I have, physiologically, I'm not 57. My body is like 35, 40 years old. And then we're going to see the dinosaurs at the museum. You love those. Those are great.
Twins Francesca and Gian are now 4 months old, and Alita is coping well, with help from her 24-hour-a-day nanny, Edna. For Alita, it's all perfectly natural, even though none of this would have been possible without a willing egg donor.
I know that my particular donor was very, very happy. She said that this woman must really want to have children to go through all this. And I know I'm going to bring up my children very well. And it's a gift.
So the first sample is 2.5 mils.
Okay.
And it's slightly viscous.
It is IVF technology that has given women in their 50s and 60s the chance to have babies. But it also requires doctors who are willing to take on much older patients. And the proudest IVF specialist in the world today is the man who engineered Adriana Iliescu's pregnancy, Dr. Bogdan Marinescu. So there's no such thing as too old?
It's very difficult to say too old.
You would do it again?
Maybe yes, maybe not. We'll see.
What's happened with Miss Iliescu is we've seen her, you know, the older woman trying to get dressed up as a baby doll is really what has worried us.
Bioethics campaigner Josephine Quinterval says what's happening is horrifying. Just because science has made it possible doesn't make it right.
I don't think that IVF should be offered to anybody who's past natural reproductive age, which is usually determined by the woman's menopause. And I think there's a sort of sense of ridiculousness about a woman of that age, imagining that she fulfills the model of motherhood.
I think somebody who doesn't wholeheartedly congratulate you on your baby is a person who's suffering from an inferiority complex.
So no one has come up on the street and said, shame on you?
Nobody has approached me in the street saying, shame on you. On the contrary, while I'm travelling on the bus, for instance, there are people who invite me to take a seat.
Miss Iliescu very much wanted a child, but she couldn't achieve this pregnancy with her own body. She simply didn't have any viable eggs left.
And that's led to a sinister new trade. Romania is still a desperately poor country, and with few laws to protect them, its young women are being preyed upon for an international trade in human embryos. It's a flourishing business, driven by the growing number of older IVF patients, where teenagers are lured into selling their eggs.
They didn't tell me anything about the procedure. It was a place when you could not ask any questions.
19-year-old Alina Neducu needed money to get married and heard that she could make quick cash by selling her eggs. But for Alina, it all went wrong and she was rushed to hospital.
I was feeling very bad. I was dizzy. I was vomiting. They said it was normal for me to feel bad.
Which company did you go to?
Global Art.
Global Art. Global Art proved to be an unlicensed fertility clinic in the Romanian capital, Bucharest, with connections to clinics in the US, Britain and Israel. Our repeated attempts to talk to the company proved fruitless.
Hello?
When Alina had her eggs removed here, she was paid the grand sum of $250. But check the company's website and you'll find that the women who receive these eggs pay a minimum $8,000 US for the treatment.
Were your ovaries and your womb damaged?
Yes, the ovaries were very large and there was a lot of fluid inside.
For Alina, who sets out every night to work in a mattress factory, the $250 she earned was the equivalent of 3 months' pay. Now Alina fears that deal may have cost her own chance to be a mother.
Well, to be very frank, I realized that I did something extremely stupid.
Egg donation is not an easy process. Your ovaries are going to be turned off and then turned on with stimulatory drugs that make them overproduce eggs, so that instead of producing 1 or maybe 2 eggs in a cycle, you may produce 20, 30. In a sense, it makes the ovaries explode.
So it's risky business?
It's risky business. I certainly don't think you have a right to expose any women to even minimal risks in order to provide somebody of 67 with a child.
Baby Eliza Maria was born premature and has spent the first 9 weeks of her life in hospital. Now, Adriana Iliescu is looking forward to taking her daughter home. And if she lives to the age of 87, as her own parents did, she reckons they can count on spending at least the next 21 years together.
Do you think 21 years is enough with your daughter?
My time left with her will never be sufficient, no matter how much that is. But I expect my daughter, at the age of 19 or 20, to have plans about her own family. So she will always have a family.
So what does this ageing mum have to look forward to? Well, there are clues.
How much are you looking forward to having this baby?
Very, very much. More than my own life.
In 1992, Rosanna Della Corte caused outrage in her small Italian village when, at age 60, she set out to become the world's oldest mother.
I know I can do it because I want it so much.
Back then, Rosanna was mourning the loss of her first child, 17-year-old Riccardo, in a motorcycle accident.
I lived for him. It was the most beautiful thing I had. And we loved Riccardo so much we can't live without him.
Fast forward 13 years and, thanks to IVF, Rosanna is the beaming mother of a new Riccardo.
To the people that think that it is a crazy thing having a child at my age, they don't know what it means losing a son, and they don't know how happy I am about having had Riccardo.
So how is this now 73-year-old handling motherhood second time around? Especially since Riccardo number 2 seems every bit as much a handful as his late brother.
I never feel tired. I feel like a 20-year-old woman. When I meet with other mothers and they complain that they feel tired, they have headache, they just drive me crazy because I don't feel old at all.
Top 10 good things about being a 57-year-old first-time mother. Here we go. Number 10. Baby screaming, turn down the volume on your hearing aid. Number 9. Sweet 2-for-1 deal on strained peas.
But for women like Alitas and James, there's a double standard at work.
If a man is in his 80s, that seems to be fine. So why are women stopped to have their dreams and desires manifested? Because society says, you know, this is ridiculous, you're too old.
I was 56 when I had my first child.
So there you go.
Piece of cake.
Sure.
And all these men that were kind of making quibs at me are my age. And they're having children, you know?
Table, so maybe the true test is not how old mothers are, but how well they cope.
3 guys and a girl?
All right.
Because that's what...
3 boys and 1
Wendy
girl.
Kenyon is 60. 7 years ago, she had triplets, Rebecca, Dorell and Trent. She already had a 10-year-old son, Dean. So how's she doing?
Have you finished? You know, and people say to me, you know, you're old enough to be their grandmother. Yes, sure enough. But there are lots of grandmothers out there bringing up children.
Rebecca and Trent, that'll do.
Sure, I get tired,
Rebecca?
but so do any other mothers of triplets or anybody who has 4 children. Sure, you know, people my age are off on cruises and looking at retirement and all that. My life is that Phil and the children, we have a great time. You know, we do all the things that normal 30-year-olds do with their children.
All this, of course, is still ahead for 66-year-old Adriana Iliescu as she gets ready to go home and into the history books.
And you don't mind being in the Guinness Book of Records for being the oldest mother in the world?
If you can put in a good word for me, I would be pleased to be in the Guinness Book of Records. And I think my daughter also would be very happy.
Are you confident that you can give your children what most other children would get from younger parents?
Not only confident, I can put my money on it.
We still have to grapple with how old is too old. But what's not in doubt is that every one of the women we spoke to love and cherish their babies.
If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet.
And as far as they're concerned, we'd better start getting used to it.
Life will surely show it. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
For the parents, it's nothing less than a miracle. And you'd think so too, if one day your disabled child stood up and walked for the very first time. Even more amazing, though, is the wonder drug responsible. It's Botox. Yes, Botox. That terribly fashionable cosmetic treatment favoured by the vain and the wrinkly rich. Now it has a much more serious application, hailed as the most significant breakthrough in the treatment of cerebral palsy in 20 years. As you'll see, young children once condemned to life in a wheelchair now have a real chance, the chance to walk.
Is this how princesses sit when they arrive? I think so.
For a little girl, 7-year-old Andy Puechka rides tall.
How straight's that back? Remember, you're being a princess now.
On top of a horse, Andy has a freedom her little legs, until now, have never let her enjoy.
It's because I am quite tight in the legs and I couldn't actually walk because this has happened. Well, when that happened, my mum and dad did not know what that was until I was 2.
Andy was born 7 weeks premature. And when, almost 2 years later, her parents Rhonda and Neville were told she had cerebral palsy, they were also told she'd probably spend her life in a wheelchair.
Would she be able to walk? They pretty much said no.
It's a lot to take in, ultimately.
Absolutely.
It is.
Absolutely. It's like a grieving period, really, to get to, to come to terms with.
To begin with, the doctors were right. Andy couldn't walk. She hobbled about with the aid of sticks or shuffled on her knees. But Andy is one of the first generation of Australian children to benefit from a revolutionary treatment. Tonight, a medical triumph.
We've pretty much got a miracle on our hands.
You'll watch as Andy goes from this to this. It's treatment day at Sydney's Westmead Children's Hospital. All these children are about to be injected with Botox. Yes, Botox. Who would have thought this toxin, so often associated with cosmetic vanity, would prove to be the biggest advance in the treatment of cerebral palsy in decades?
Come on.
Young children who now struggle to walk will get new life in their limbs.
Take a step, take a step.
We can see children walking better because they can walk with flat feet instead of up on their toes. We can see children that have had pain live without pain. Children that are scissoring as they walk, they can walk with their legs apart. And what about on this side? Wow!
Dr. Adam Scheinberg is a paediatrician specialising in the treatment of cerebral palsy.
They're all nice and relaxed, aren't they?
The problem, he explains, is not faulty limbs, but young brains damaged in the womb or around the time of birth.
This one up and down. The damage to the brain that occurs in cerebral palsy actually affects nerves that travel down the spinal cord and then travel out to talk to muscles.
Those nerves send wrong messages which make the muscles contract. The unexpected beauty of Botox is the discovery that it blocks those signals, freeing up muscles and limbs. It may even permanently improve brain function.
What it actually does, it's blocking the abnormal impulses and allowing the muscle to relax.
Just lay down here for
Children are injected every 3 to 6 months, an average of 10 injections at a time, mainly in their legs, hips and arms.
Here we go. Well done, buddy.
For 4-year-old Cody Hall, it's unpleasant. And for Tony, his mum, it's distressing, but it's working.
Tony, how do you feel seeing little Cody get so teary?
Awful. It's just, yeah, I hate it. But it's you know, at least it does him some good.
Your nose.
Cody was born 3 months premature and weighed just over 1 kilo. When he was a week old, doctors diagnosed cerebral palsy.
I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy for this to happen. And you know, and some days I just think this is happening to us. You know, things like this don't happen to normal people like us. And I have to, and like the reality is, we have a disabled son.
Back on his family's farm, Cody is showing marked improvement.
Well, 3 weeks into Botox injections, and instead of being on his tippy toes, he's walking pretty well flat-footed.
Will it last?
It will. It'll last for about 3 weeks before it wears off a little.
So a major achievement.
Very much.
Have you always dreamt of being able to ride a horse?
Well, actually, yes, because I am quite a horsey girl, and my friends are too. That's why I go for the saddle club. And like, whenever I see a horse, I'm like, yay, yay, yay. So hold your hands up.
Andy had her first Botox injections when she was 3.
Good girl. Now look straight ahead. And we're
The
going to
first lot she had was absolutely remarkable. I remember we both put Andy in the bath, and she was able to let both knees drop to the side, which she'd never, ever, ever been able to do. So we were absolutely elated about it, and it was fantastic.
These children with cerebral palsy, particularly when it was affecting their legs, would get surgery almost every year on their birthday. And each time you do the surgery, the muscle becomes quite weak. If you do it multiple times, the muscle can become so weak that it actually becomes impossible for the child to walk.
Botox has changed that. During the kids' growing years, it keeps their muscles functioning until their bodies are developed enough to be operated on. That means less surgery and more chance of surgical success. 18 months ago, it was Andy's turn. But the big test was, could she walk? Last April, 6 months after the operation, Andy set her mind to doing what her body had made impossible. At home in her bedroom, she started practicing.
Well, one simple night, I just got my jewellery box and put it in a certain place and told myself to walk to that and then walk back.
Bottom in. She basically stood against her bed and then proceeded to walk to her music box in the middle of the room, which was just amazing.
At 6 years of age, Andy took her first steps.
Then my father, for some reason, got a tear in his eye.
That is fantastic.
And I did have a tear in my eye when she did walk. I know she gave me up, but yeah, I did. It was fabulous. So I don't know what counts as a miracle these days, but in my book that's there.
Ready, set, go.
The next day, the improvement was even more dramatic. And now, just look at her.
It makes me feel more released and happy that I could do this. And now that I could also dance and do all the things that other people do, I just think it made a big difference.
Did you feel more like your friends?
Yes, I totally do. But last year, all year, I got teased and being mean to, and I do have a feeling it's because that I walk differently. It's because last year, this year 2 boy came and sat down and said, "Hello, robot legs."
And what did you say to him?
Well, I just really, one thing I do know, it really did hurt me.
Is it hard to walk long distances? Is this a struggle for you?
Sometimes.
To understand how harsh living with cerebral palsy can be, you need to go to a bloke who's spent a lifetime pretending he hasn't got it.
And I chose to run from it instead of confronting it. You know, instead of learning about it, I just went, oh yeah, she'll be right.
Comedian Steady Eddie grew up treating his condition as a joke and turned it into a career.
The other night I actually won the dance competition. Funny thing was, I wasn't even entered. I was on my way to the bar. It's quite easy to make a joke and brush it off, you know, as a defense mechanism, you know, because once you make a joke, it bounces off you and you don't have to confront it.
So after 36 years, you've accepted that you have cerebral palsy.
Cerebral palsy is a part of me, you know. I think I had to accept that it was a part of me. It's not all of me, but it is a part of me.
Only now is Eddie coming to terms with the way his disability has affected him.
I had a battle with the booze and
He's well aware that if Botox was available when he was a child, it might have given more movement to his limbs and made his battle easier.
Well, I did put the camera in, Scott.
Has society's attitude changed at all since you were a young bloke with cerebral palsy?
Sometimes I think yes and sometimes I think no. Before we started filming about getting here to the interview, you know, like three or four cab drivers just did not stop for me, you know, because they thought I was drunk or something, you know. And I still get that now and then.
Cody Hall is cheerfully unaware of what he may confront as he grows up. But Botox treatment will make his life easier. Already his limbs are freer, his muscles more responsive.
What have you seen in Cody since he's had the Botox?
Oh, big difference. Yeah, what big difference. Like you see him when he's riding the horse, like when he used to ride the horse before, his little legs were like a jockey, they were tucked up underneath him. Now he's stretching out and he's standing up on his legs in the stirrups, which is good. He's just looks normal, like another normal kid, like especially when you go to the pony club. He's just one of the kids now, so it's good.
Hey Cody, what's the dog's name?
Chloe.
Chloe.
It's my doggy.
It's your doggy. How do you see his future? And
probably not Prime Minister, but he won't be far off it. He's got the intelligence to go that far. He's pretty switched on.
Medical science is offering hope to a generation of children. Instead of spending their life in a wheelchair, they're being given a wonderful gift. In Andy's house, her wheelchair now rusts away.
What are your dreams and your hopes?
For me to be a ballerina.
So do you think you could even improve more?
I really do think that, yes.
And Cody, well, it's still some years until he'll have the surgery that could put him on his feet. But Mum and Dad have a quiet confidence the little fellow will do it.
He's getting to the age now where he's telling us that he's going to walk soon.
Do you really think he will walk?
I think so. Do believe that he will walk. Yeah, yep.
They say seeing is believing, and I guarantee you've never seen anything like this. The story of a woman called Anita Riskin, who's convinced there's such a thing as life after death, quite literally. She's one of hundreds of people, including Australians, who believe in cryonics. That's the process where doctors freeze human bodies, preserve them so that sometime in the future they can be resuscitated, brought back to life. Now, as Anita Riskin sets out on her amazing journey, for the first time you'll see how it's actually done, at times quite graphically. And you'll meet a famous Australian who plans to follow her into the unknown. It's just hours after her death, and Anita Riskin is ready for future resurrection. Her body frozen in the hope that one day she'll wake to live again. Anita's been promised immortality. She's been cryonically preserved in liquid nitrogen, and she's left us a unique record of her dream to one day return. For the first time, a film crew records this extraordinary journey, before and after Anita's death.
People say to me, I have a certain life and I'm going to live it and be done with it, which bogs my mind that people have that attitude. I want to live forever and ever. I love life. Just love it.
It's a highly controversial procedure. Most scientists doubt it will ever be possible to bring Anita back. But as cancer saps her strength in the months before her death, Anita Riskin clings to the hope of life after life.
I'm dying. I have too many tumors to count in my brain. I have too many tumors to count in my lung. I have tumors in my lymph node, in my chest. I have tumors in my leg and my liver. I'm going. I don't know how much longer, but it's there.
At home in California, Anita's husband Michael supports her decision. He plans to be preserved too, so they can be reunited in decades or even hundreds of years, when they hope science will make that possible.
It would be a completely different experience if we didn't have cryonics as an option at the end of this particular road.
Come here, Alfie.
And none of this makes me happy, but let me say that it makes me less unhappy.
They call it cryonic reanimation. It's a possibility that's existed in science fiction for years. 2 American corporations now claim to offer it as a reality. 147 people have been frozen so far. 1,000 more have signed up, most committing their life insurance to cover the cost. Anita Riskin chose to be preserved by a company called Alcor in Arizona.
Science fiction is becoming science fact on a daily basis.
Alcor's chief operating officer is Tanya Jones. Like any corporate saleswoman, she's upbeat about her product.
We do encourage our patients to come visit, our members to come visit before they sign up, have a tour of the facility. We show them the patient care bay, the operating room. We explain the procedures and answer any questions that they have. They are placed in here, head up where this is the top of the head. That would be the neck. These are clamped into the forehead.
And as everywhere in American business, there are options. Some choose to have their entire body frozen for $160,000. Or, bizarrely, you can just have your head preserved at the cut rate of $80,000.
They think, it's time to start fresh.
Tanya Jones says clients who choose the head-only option are hoping that when they're brought back to life, science will give them new bodies.
You don't want to bring someone 99 and a half years old back in a 99 and a half year old body.
Well, this is a way of me coming back in 100 years from now with a whole new routine that nobody's heard before. I can do all the gags again and it's all brand new.
New jokes.
Oh, yeah. Look.
You might say only in America, but dozens of Australians too have signed up to be frozen after death. Among them, comedian Ugly Dave Gray. His wife Valerie is dead against it, but for him, it's no joke.
Imagine what it's going to be like 100 years from today. Now, Val wouldn't agree with that.
No, because I believe the world is such a dreadful place at the moment. Imagine what it's going to be like in another 100 years, if there is still a world.
But you'll make sure his wishes are followed?
Oh, definitely, yes. Because, I mean, you've got to respect your partner's decision, wishes and what he wants to do.
And in that way, will it be hard for you, Val?
Oh, it'll be awful. It would be awful if Dave goes first, and it'll be awful for our children too.
As Anita Riskin's final days approach, she knows her husband Michael is with her to her final breath and beyond.
Other people might possibly criticize Anita in the sense of she's running away from death, she doesn't want to face a kind of a normal process, something that happens to everybody. There's a certain kind of biological lifespan that we've been given. And in fact, I think both Anita and I are facing the prospect of death head on, fully acknowledging it, fully understanding that this is going to happen. So really, rather than running away from it, I think we're running towards it with all the vigor and intelligence and organization we can possibly muster.
As her pain worsens, Anita begins to long for the end.
I love you, and I wish this was all over. I hate this. Being sick, dying.
With her cancer now in its final stages, she makes the most of the remaining weeks, spending a final weekend away with husband Michael.
So Anita.
Oh, I don't have anything on.
It doesn't matter.
My beautiful hair.
What's the first thing you want to eat?
When I come back?
After 50 years of being frozen.
Gosh darn. What's the first thing? Can I have a few things?
Yeah.
Meatballs and spaghetti.
Meatballs and spaghetti, okay.
At 4:30 p.m. on the 2nd of February, Anita Riskin breathes her last. For now.
People say that the last thing that goes is your hearing. So we made sure that we were talking to her and telling her that we loved her and that we'd see her, leaving good thoughts in her memory. And she took her last breath. And she was pronounced legally dead. Of course, from our position, it's not clinically dead, but it's legally.
Anita is driven the 600 kilometres to Alcor. She's taken straight into the operating theatre for the cryonic procedure. And because she's recorded her thoughts, we know exactly what Anita would think of all this.
It's definitely keeps me calm to know that if sometime, I might be able to come back and be cured, because the most important thing in my life is living.
Tanya Jones oversees a team of 8. 2 are trained surgeons, but the others have no medical qualifications.
I'm going to cut back a little bit more.
The chest cavity is open, and plastic tubes sewn into the heart to bring in the cryopreservation fluid.
Okay, the circuit is connected.
Toxic chemicals pump through Anita's blood vessels, replacing 60% of the water in her body.
Opening the venous. Got return.
But this is where conventional science casts serious doubt on the whole process. When the cryonic fluids are frozen to below minus 120 degrees, they become like glass. Ice crystals form, destroying the body's cells. Most experts believe it will never be possible to reverse such damage.
to give people a false sense of security and hope that they will be reanimated is something I think borders on science fiction.
Arthur Rowe is a world leader in microbiology.
I do think that they are being duped, they're being conned, they're sold a bill of goods that involves a rather substantial amount of money to keep these individuals in perpetuity. This is not so, and I think as such, they are like salesmen trying to sell snake oil to people and just make money out of it.
But the cryonics companies say science will overcome the catastrophic damage caused in the freezing process.
If I tap the kidney, it has that sort of tinny sound of tapping on glass.
Already, scientists have shown that frozen rabbit kidneys, like this one, can be revived. American research scientist Gregory Fay froze a rabbit kidney, then defrosted it and successfully reimplanted it in the living animal.
Much to our amazement, it actually did survive. So we actually have finally accomplished this goal that I've been pursuing since 1972 of being able to vitrify a kidney, warm it back up again, transplant it, and have the animal maintain clinical normalcy indefinitely afterwards.
Of course, restoring a frozen kidney to an animal in a lab is a long way from bringing back to life a human being. No one's been able to capture the vast complexity of thoughts, memory, and personality that makes us what we are. The critics say that when the cryonics companies freeze the human brain, essentially they're destroying the very thing they're trying to save.
Cryobiology is not simply putting something in a freezer and walking away, such as frozen meat or frozen vegetables. Cryobiology is much more involved.
Okay, you see here the patchiness, the orange color in the skin. Basically, this is a sign that the tissue is taking up the cryoprotectant, and little white patches where it's not receiving it very well.
Back at Alcor's laboratory, the intensive process of preserving Anita's body continues.
Cool. Can you move the light for him, please? The hope is that the brain will shrink fairly significantly as a lot of the water is pulled out of the tissue. This helps in the vitrification protocol to prevent the formation of ice crystals later. We're going to insert temperature probes so we can monitor the temperature of the brain directly.
The Alcor staff claim they're taking special care to monitor Anita's brain.
And we're going to introduce a couple of probes that we call crack phones. These are basically acoustic probes that listen for fracturing events.
But the chemicals and freezing will almost certainly destroy her brain tissue, and with it, everything that made Anita the unique individual her family loved.
It makes me nervous about how my brain will reanimate and come back. And I'm hoping that we come back in a perfect world that we've learned to give each other common hope and help.
Over the next couple of weeks, Anita's body temperature is gradually lowered to minus 196 degrees Celsius. Anita is moved into a stainless steel pod with several others. Her husband Michael is able to visit just as he would a cemetery.
I went over to the tank, gave the tank a hug, and I kind of knew which side of the tank she was in. And I kind of whispered to her a little bit and told her that I loved her and that I would be seeing her.
I definitely think that cryonics gives, especially my husband and my daughter and my son and my grandchildren, something to hold on to, that Grammy's not exactly gone. She's just, I call it the freezer factory that I'm in.
What bothers me is that many of these cryonics people give bereaving parents or spouses false hope of security, and I think this is taking advantage of somebody's state of bereavement.
If someone wants to say it's wacko, that's their prerogative. I'm certainly not going to argue with them. I'm just going to keep working on it until we have a real answer.
Won't it be lonely if you come back and Val's not here?
She is such a love, and I think the world of her. And I wish she'd do it with me, but I can't talk her into it.
No.
But it'd be lovely if we came back together,
Right.
you know. and go on skating with the stars?
I think not.
The fact is, for now, it's just not possible to bring a human back from the dead. But despite all the evidence, people like Michael Riskin put their faith in this dubious science. And he believes one day he'll be reunited with his wife.
In an ideal world, we would both be revived simultaneously with our memories and identities completely and be intact. And if I had to picture a perfect scenario, we would be sitting in a comfortable chair with our arms around each other and saying hello again.
I definitely hope that when cryonics comes up with a cure that they will bring me back so I can go on and have a wonderful, happy life, which I enjoy very much.
This is a story of hope for every woman, a breakthrough we've all been waiting for, one that could change our whole way of thinking about a terrible disease. Until now, ovarian cancer has slipped under the public radar, even though it will kill 1,000 Australian women, young and old, this year. That's because most often it's not detected until it's too late. But now a simple new test for this insidious cancer is on the way, and it's being developed here in Australia. A world first for our scientists, and more, a tribute to the courage of the women who inspired them. Surgery is always frightening, but Melbourne professor Michael Quinn and his team expect this one to be routine.
I think this is all going to be good news, and it's unlikely to be malignant.
Their patient has a twisted ovarian cyst requiring a simple operation. And early in the surgery, it's as they thought. Everything looks good.
So, very much in favour now that this is going to be a benign thing and not a malignant thing, so that's terrific.
As a matter of course, they send a sample to the lab. 15 minutes later, the call. Professor Quinn gets news he isn't expecting.
Okay, no, that's fine. I mean, I think that's what we were anxious about.
The result is something everyone dreads.
So it's malignant.
Cheers.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is now a much more serious situation for this lady. So
It's ovarian cancer, and in this moment, everything changes. Routine surgery has become a matter of life and death.
If I never see an advanced ovarian cancer again, it'll only be too soon. You know, every time you operate on a patient and there's a possibility of cancer, and you put that knife into the tummy and you open up the tummy and you immediately see there's an advanced ovarian cancer, then your heart sinks.
Ovarian cancer takes lives. It kills one woman every 11 hours. Of those diagnosed with this horrible disease, 85% will die. The death rate is so high because most women don't know they have it until it's too late. Healthy, strong, vibrant women, like 49-year-old Kerry Hancock.
Are you angry? Are you angry at this disease, this cancer?
I think the anger's gone now. I just, I don't know, perhaps I've just learnt that I have to accept it now. And, you know, there's just nothing in the world is going to change it. So peaceful here, isn't it?
4 years ago, Kerry could never have guessed what she was facing. Her sore back was diagnosed as advanced ovarian cancer. After surgery and chemotherapy, Kerry thought she'd beaten it. But within a year, it had returned. And now it's back for the third time in her spleen, lymph nodes and liver.
Unfortunately, Christmas time it came back again, so it's it's disappointing. I'm disappointed in myself.
Why are you disappointed in yourself?
Because it's come back again.
Is this a battle you can win, Kerry?
I hope so. Yeah. Sometimes I'm just tired. But, I have to be strong for my family and friends, always putting on a really good face all the time and trying to be happy, and, it's very draining.
The impact, not just on their day-to-day living, but it's their body image, it's their sexuality, it's their attractiveness. And that's awful. They've got to deal with that as well as the mortality. Am I going to die from this? And if I am, when am I going to die? So this is an awful cancer. It really is terrible.
What makes this so cruel is if caught early enough, women have a 90% chance of surviving ovarian cancer. The problem is the symptoms are so vague, most sufferers aren't diagnosed until it's too late. They're simply not given a chance.
We're not getting it earlier because it's a sneaky cancer. It's been described as a cancer that whispers. In other words, there's no one symptom a woman gets that says to her, hey, there's something wrong with my ovaries. She may have some bloating in her tummy, she may have an irregularity to her period, she may feel a bit of pressure in her pelvis, she may go to pass urine more frequently.
Women watching this will queue to see their GP because what you've described is basically a woman's life.
If they do have persistent symptoms, and it's the persistent symptoms, the persistence that's important, then they should go and see their family doctor.
But sometimes there are no symptoms at all. Last year, 28-year-old Mary Ann Doyle was delighted to learn she was expecting her second child. A routine ultrasound early in her pregnancy also revealed she had cancer.
I went for a 10-week scan, which was standard, and there was a shadow on the scan, and they had said, we think you might be having twins.
The shadow was in fact a 10-centimetre tumour on her left ovary.
This white dot here is the heartbeat, and then this shadow down here off to the side is the tumour.
Within a week, Mary Ann was in surgery having it removed, but there are no guarantees. Lucky seems to be the wrong word to use for your situation, but do you feel lucky?
Yeah, I really do feel lucky, because if I hadn't been pregnant, if they hadn't found this, it could have been much, much worse.
In April, Mary Ann will have a caesarean to deliver her baby. She will also have a hysterectomy to stop the cancer from spreading. But of course, it may have already spread.
Call all angels, call all angels.
I'd like another little boy. I would. I worry about passing this on, and I think it's terrible because I'd love a little girl, I really would. I'd love either, but it is a real worry.
At 36, Neona Connolly plays mum to her friends' children. First uterine cancer, and then within a year, ovarian cancer stole her chance to be a parent. How have you come to terms with not being able to have children?
I'm still coming to terms with that. That's something that that's a bit of a challenge, yeah. And also it's a challenge because I didn't get to choose as well too. The choice was taken away from me.
There you are. Cancer also almost stole her life. Early detection and chemotherapy has hopefully saved her. Did you think about your chances of survival?
Yes.
Did you think about death?
Yeah. I'm still frightened now. Like, as much as I feel like I'm going to win this and I'm already on the road to winning this, it's still frightening because I know that I could have died, and I know that it still can happen. I don't want to die.
Finally, there is hope. Right now, the only way to beat ovarian cancer is through early detection, but to date, there has been no fail-safe test available. Remarkable Australian brains and great passion have made a scientific breakthrough that's about to change that.
This technology will revolutionise the way we do pathology around the world.
What Professor Greg Rice and Professor Quinn are hoping to develop within 5 years will be easier than a pap smear or mammogram. It's a simple blood test, and it's a world first. The breakthrough is being able to detect a number of indicators of early ovarian cancer. It's now at the clinical trial stage and, if successful, will lead to a universal screening test for all women.
I think that what we want to do first of all is to prove that if you've got a cancer of the ovary, this test will detect it. We then want to go to the community, to women who don't have any symptoms, and screen those women to try and make a diagnosis early. And this is the single most important thing we've got in the fight against ovarian cancer, I believe.
Calling all angels, calling all angels.
Ovarian cancer is a disease of families, and it destroyed Neona's. Her husband walked out, leaving her to face life and death on her own. Did your husband say why he left?
No, we haven't really been able to sit down and talk about it like adults, which would have been nice.
Well, you needed the support, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
4 or 5 there. Yeah. Mum and Dad are not around though anymore.
What do you fear the most, Steve? What are you frightened of?
Letting Kerry down, basically.
Kerry and Steve have been married for 30 years. Last Christmas, he had to break the news the cancer was back once more to their children, Cassandra, Ryan and Aaron.
There's not a moment that goes by today that I don't think about her and how much I love her.
God, why do people deserve this? It's just so unfair.
Do you think she'll get through it this time?
Yeah. She's a fighter, and she always has been. She's always been so strong and healthy and fit, and we know that she's going to get through it again.
6 out of 10 women who are told they have ovarian cancer are dead within 5 years. Kerry was diagnosed 4 years ago.
Gynecologist, I just said, obviously, it's nothing I can do anymore, is there? It's always going to be with me, And when she started to tear up, I knew what the answer was there, and she said it's going to, it's a part of my life, and I said, I thought, yeah, that's exactly right.
Can you imagine what it must be like?
Back in Michael Quinn's operating theatre, the bad news is his patient, who came in for routine surgery, is now undergoing a radical hysterectomy, and she still may face chemotherapy. The good news is she's lucky. The cancer's been caught early and her chances of survival are high.
Probably we'll say to this woman that she's got about a 90% chance of being cured of her cancer.
But Professor Quinn wants to take the luck out of it. More research money means screen tests would be available sooner and so many more lives saved.
I don't want to go to another funeral for a woman with ovarian cancer. That's why we're going to get this screening test up and running.
I want to fight. I want to go overseas. I want to live and have our dreams come true. And so I want to get old.
Just mention this subject and it's guaranteed to start an argument somewhere, in the parliament, in the churches, in your lounge room. We're talking about embryonic stem cell treatment, either the penicillin of the 21st century or pure Frankenstein, depending on your point of view. Scientists hope one day everything from spinal injury to heart disease will be cured by these tiny cells found in 4 or 5 day old human embryos. One day. But it seems some doctors are jumping the gun. One in particular is claiming remarkable results from this revolutionary treatment. And not surprisingly, she's attracting some very desperate people. On the ancient streets of Delhi, a city more accustomed to mystic healing than 21st century medicine, a Brisbane mother is seeking out a modern-day miracle.
I never liked this chair.
and I can never imagine myself being in a wheelchair for the rest of my life. It's just something inconceivable.
Sonia Smith is a paraplegic, crippled in a motor vehicle accident. But she believes here in India she'll walk again.
Now, I'm 45. I can't wait another 10 years or so for the treatment to be able to be available in Australia. I would not have been able to live with myself if I hadn't have tried this.
When you first arrived here and saw this...
Oh, what am I got myself into?
For the past 3 months, Sonia has been visiting this clinic in the back streets of India's capital, undergoing experimental embryonic stem cell treatment.
This is my pathway to hope. This was the only hope that I've been able to hold on to.
Okay, let me see what you can do. And this is the woman she believes can help her walk again, the highly controversial Dr. Geeta Shroff.
You don't mind being viewed as someone who is playing with people's lives?
No, I'm not playing with their lives. I'm working on them. I'm trying to help them.
How many patients have you treated?
More than 300.
And has every one of them improved?
I would say almost everybody.
It's a huge claim that's disputed by the world's leading stem cell experts.
All right, are you going to feel something cold? You know that.
And Dr. Shroff is not in a rush to share her secrets. She refuses to let anyone see exactly what she does. All we're told is that Sonia's treatment involves injections of stem cells directly into her damaged spinal cord.
Yeah. Do you feel like a guinea pig?
No, I don't.
But you are?
Yes, I am. I suppose, and all the other 300 patients that she's treating, we are guinea pigs.
They are here with me with full consent. They know exactly what I'm doing. And they were willing to come in and do this.
But these are vulnerable people. I mean, of course they'd be willing.
No, I do not give any guarantees.
You're prepared to take these risks with people's lives.
I am. I've always been an innovator.
And her desperate patients are prepared to take that risk too. For Sonia, the dream is to dance with her family once again, to be the active and energetic mother her daughters so obviously enjoyed.
Be able to stand up, yes, to walk around the park with my kids, to get back some of the active life that I had beforehand.
You can't blame patients for believing they will walk again. Within weeks, Dr. Shroff has them standing, but it's little more than a show. None of this is possible without full calipers and a walking frame.
Oh, I'm taller than you, Liz.
You are.
To be standing up and doing this, it's just, I can't describe the feeling. I mean, it might look awkward to a lot of people, but it's just absolutely amazing.
Stand for a while, Sonia. I think.
Yeah, what can you feel, Sonia, as you're doing this?
I can, when I put my foot down, I can feel deep sensation in my heel. But it's great, it's a wonderful feeling.
You've got a good set of pins as well.
Thank you.
Stem cells is the future. It is definitely going to help a lot of people.
It will be the panacea.
Yes. Like when the discovery of penicillin changed the entire world of infection. And today we have antibiotics which are amazing.
You compare it to that?
I do.
It seems incongruous that from such a dingy back alley comes world groundbreaking medical research. But Dr. Shroff can do so because medical protocols here in India are vastly different to those in the Western world. As long as a patient has an incurable disease or permanent disability, it seems just about anything goes.
Yeah, now just stand for a while, take deep breath and relax for a while.
She's playing with people's lives. Some researchers use rats, others use humans. She's using humans to develop a therapy in a manner that is hardly scientific.
Dr. Hans Kierstead is the world's leading stem cell expert. He believes Dr. Shroff is exploiting vulnerable people.
There's no doubt in my mind that Dr. Schroff is peddling false hope. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind. I think it's an absolute crime to be charging individuals for something that has no scientific backing and that simply plays upon their hope and the enthusiasm in the stem cell field.
While he's scathing about Dr. Schroff's treatment, Dr. Kierstead says there's no doubting the potential of this new frontier of medical science because he's proven it. In this revolutionary experiment, Dr. Kierstead injected paralysed rats with embryonic stem cells. And the results were astounding. The cells wrapped themselves around the damaged spinal cord, enabling the messages from the brain to get down to the rat's legs. And within 6 weeks, the rats were walking again.
Do you recall the moment when it was like, yes?
Absolutely. That was the time when I really had confidence in what we were doing.
What physical response did you have to that?
I jumped up and down and screamed very loudly.
And now Dr. Kierstead is about to take a massive leap forward with the first human trials later this year. That prospect has already sparked a huge moral and ethical debate about scientists playing God.
The fact of the matter is, this is not Frankenstein science. This is a tremendous gift that the community's been given, and we've got the chance to do good with it.
How about when you turn on your side? Careful.
But the secretive and questionable methods of people like Dr. Schroff aren't helping the cause. Not that she sees any need to explain her treatment.
I do have an ethics committee in my own institution, and they govern everything I say.
But nobody's allowed into your laboratory?
No, my ethics certain people are allowed, and they do know what I'm doing.
I mean,
I guess what I'm saying
is, for all we know, maybe apple juice going into this.
Great, if it's apple juice, then investigate it, please, because it's helping people.
This is my 63rd injection since we arrived here.
Now, if you're still thinking what Dr. Schroff is doing here might work, you should know this. None of her patients receive immunosuppressants or anti-rejection drugs. And without them, her treatment is not only useless, it could also be harmful.
They are not immunosuppressed, which means that for certain, the patients that receive the cells are rejecting the cells. That is an adverse reaction. And I think that most researchers in my position in first and second world nations are very disturbed at renegade, rogue researchers squirting cells that are unqualified into humans.
Are there any risks involved?
No, we have not seen any side effects whatsoever.
None?
None.
The patients just keep on coming. Among them, many Australians, forking out up to $50,000 for this unproven treatment.
Can't use my hands, speech, walking is now affected as well. My arms have no strength at all. So quite, debilitating.
Do you feel like your body is shutting down on you?
Totally, totally shutting down. This one?
This one, yes.
So how's she doing?
Good.
Deborah McCall has motor neurone disease and just 12 months to live. She's flown all the way from Melbourne with daughter Chelsea because Dr. Schroff says she can help.
Cure would be wonderful, but I'm not also unrealistic either. So I think we're a few years away from that. But I have to start somewhere, and someone has to be willing to do it. So I'm more than happy.
How long are you prepared to stay here?
Well, I think now we're looking at 2 months. Yeah.
Right now, 2 months is a big chunk of your life.
Yeah, but if it means more time, it's more worth it.
At the end of the day, she knows exactly what she's coming for. And then from my side, I do not offer any guarantees, but I do tell her that I'm going to try. I'm not going to be fooling her or anything like that. I am very honest with her.
You don't offer false hope?
Never, never. I never offer any false hope to anybody.
After 3 months of intensive treatment, Sonia has finally returned to Brisbane.
Darling, hello. Darling boy.
How are you? Back to her 3 daughters and husband Phil.
Oh, we made it back.
She's still a little fragile, but the kids are impressed by what they see.
Oh my gosh.
Can you see a difference in your mum?
She's a bit more happy because when she wasn't able to kind of move, it was a bit of a struggle for her, so it's good to see her being able to do more stuff.
And what do you hope for your mum?
Being able to do stuff like cooking dinner.
What are you hoping for, Sonia?
It'll be wonderful to be standing up with the girls. Be able to stand up and play ball with them. Maybe, you know, dance with my husband. Come in.
Hello, I'm John Yeo.
But the big question is, has the treatment really worked?
Sonia Smith.
We need to look at it. We need to talk to you, and that's why we've come today to do that.
Oh, I'm happy. I'm happy to do that.
Professor John Yeo is Australia's leading spinal expert. He's agreed to examine Sonia to find out the truth.
Can you feel me touching you?
No.
Can you feel me touch you anywhere here or there?
And the verdict? Well, there's been a slight improvement in Sonia's muscle tone, but still no feeling. And absolutely no evidence the stem cell treatment has worked.
At the moment, it's recovery of a limited sort that could have come through intensive physiotherapy, but we haven't proven anything.
No, that's right.
It's hard work, isn't it, to get the brain up here to come all the way down.
Would you be happy to send a patient to Dr. Schroff?
At present, no.
To the mainstream medical world, Dr. Geeta Schroff is a charlatan. Yet, despite all the controversy, all the doubts about her treatment, her business is booming. In the next few months, Sonia is returning to India for a second round of treatment. And there's little doubt many more will follow.
I'm smiling again. I'm putting makeup on again. I'm doing my hair. I'm just feeling so much happier in myself. There's hope. And that is a really big thing that we all need, is hope.
The Perkins family always seems so happy, so blessed. Kieran, one of the all-time swimming greats, and Sam, the tower of strength, the no-nonsense wife and mother. But it turns out life hasn't always been quite that rosy. For all these years, Sam has been living with an agonising secret, suffering from dreadful migraines, crushing headaches that, on one occasion, almost killed her. Pills, even injections, are useless. Nothing eases the pain. Sound familiar? If it does, if you've ever had a really bad headache, you'll be astounded by what happens next. As Liam Bartlett tells the story of how an amazing little brain implant changed Sam and Kieran's lives forever.
Nothing like getting a haircut with your dog clippers.
And if I get it wrong, who'll be blamed?
Sporting legend, national hero, Kieran Perkins may be. But when it comes to hairstyling, the superfish is floundering.
Oh, that was my ear, hun.
It's just a side.
No. What do you... Don't do that bit. Oh.
Shut up. Hold still.
Kieran's preparing his wife Samantha for a radical operation they hope will end her years of crippling migraines.
Oh, no, they wouldn't have done that.
Kieran!
Don't do that. I told you, leave your hair up and get it all.
I know it's annoying, but just quiet for a little bit. Hey, please, just finish your homework. If you can do your homework, I'm just going to sit on the couch for 5 minutes, okay? I'm still sort of throwing up just about every 15 minutes, which isn't pretty.
Ever since she was 6 years old, Sam's life has been ruled by debilitating migraines that can leave her bedridden for days, half blind and in excruciating pain.
Oh, darling, this is so hard to find when I've got a really bad headache. I can't concentrate.
For Sam, it's a constant battle between migraines and motherhood.
Every day I live with pain. It just differs in severity.
I just need 5 minutes, guys. That's all.
It's like somebody putting your head in a vice and turning it and not stopping.
Charlie.
Sam, what's been your lowest point?
I mean, it's so awful to even say, but there have been times where I'd just rather be dead. If it wasn't for the kids.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Every little thing is like a nail in my head, you know, like someone hammering a nail into your head. The pain is just that bad.
We've all had headaches, you know, we've all been hungover and wake up the next morning and your head hurts and you think, oh, I've got a headache, geez, this is a shocker. But, you know, migraine isn't headache. It's a severe pain inside your brain. It's nausea, it's disturbed vision.
Sam's become a master at masking her pain from the outside world. Sometimes, when the whole world's watching. One of the great swims of all time, Kieran Perkins, to get the time. This is all about courage. The 1996 Atlanta Olympics. And an out-of-form Kieran Perkins powers home to 1,500 metre gold.
Perkins goes in first.
It was one of Australia's greatest sporting moments.
Look at Kieran's girlfriend.
But up in the grandstands, Sam was fighting a violent migraine.
A lot of people say, oh, we love that footage of in Atlanta when Kieran won the race and he ran up to the grandstand.
Yes. What a defiant gesture.
All I can remember is, oh God, my head was going to explode and I was about to vomit on, international television.
You'd think, wow, I've just won a gold medal, so we're going to have a good fun tonight, aren't we? Kind of just shatters the aura, doesn't it?
Oh, you're going to take my pillow.
10 years later, Sam's in more pain than ever before. And it's her pregnancies that are to blame. Each has caused a surge of hormones that for some unknown reason has made her migraines progressively worse. It seems unbelievable, but recently Sam almost died from dehydration and other complications triggered by a migraine.
My liver was shutting down. One day I had 12 different specialists come and see me. And at the time, I just remember thinking I'd happily just shut my eyes and go off to sleep and wouldn't mind not coming back.
It's hard to comprehend how you can be on death's door through a migraine, isn't it?
That was probably the first time in our relationship that I considered what I'd have to do to raise the kids without her. It was very tough. It was by far and away the most stressful period of our relationship, and there's been a few.
What Kieran always jokes refers to as my granny cupboard full of medicine.
Sam's is an extreme case. She's tried everything: acupuncture, yoga, physio.
That's not a medicine box, that's a mini pharmacy.
And the strongest painkillers.
Look, on a good day, I might only take 2 to 4 tablets, but on a bad day, I could, like from morning to night, to then again maybe in the middle of the night, I might go up anywhere to like 10 tablets, and possibly having to give myself an injection as well.
But you can come to this box and be taking them virtually like lollies, and the headache's still there.
Yeah, that's right. That's the other problem. They've become ineffective, really.
It's got so bad that Sam often ends up in hospital where she's literally knocked out until her migraines pass. But doctors now want to take a radical leap forward with her treatment. It's risky and untested. But Sam's about to undergo a procedure that will hopefully end a lifetime of pain.
This is the electrode system, Sam. I'll just show you where it's going to be.
Professor Michael Cousins has been treating Sam at Sydney's Royal North Shore Hospital for the past 5 years.
Just on one side, or?
No, there'll be one on this side.
With no other options left, he's going to implant tiny electrodes in her head to block out her migraines.
So it's a painkiller, your body's natural painkiller in a way?
You could describe it as that.
Professor, out of all the patients that you've seen, where would you place Sam?
She's in the very worst group.
That bad?
Yes. Severe migraine is at the top of the range of severe pain problems. So you put that in the same category as a patient who's had an amputation. And the sad thing for the patients, of course, is you can't see anything.
Sam's migraines begin at the base of her skull, around what's called the occipital nerves. 2 tiny electrodes will be surgically implanted on top of those nerves. They'll be connected by a wire down Sam's spine to a pacemaker in her stomach. The pacemaker will send electric shocks to the nerves to help block out the pain.
The implant is a very scary thought when I first heard of it. It's definitely frightened me. It was something completely left of centre. I was very shocked.
But if it works?
But if it works, it's fantastic. But deep down, there's also that major, major fear. What if it doesn't work? What if I get the surgery and it doesn't work? Honestly, that's my biggest fear.
It's better bloody work, that's all I can say.
I imagine you both thought a lot about how positive this could be for your relationship.
Oh yeah, I think he's hoping to get lucky a bit more, but no more headaches. I definitely don't have an excuse.
You brought that one into the argument, but
no. Jokes aside,
plenty of upside.
Now, if you could just hold the electrode there, Rosie.
It's 8 a.m. and Professor Cousins and his team begin the delicate 5-hour operation. First, an incision at the base of Sam's head for the electrodes.
So we're going to just insert this electrode. I've made a little track now with the electrodes facing downwards.
Will she be able to feel those at all?
We hope not. We certainly hope not. That's good. Yep, that's it.
So these electrodes really are there to force the body artificially into making its own painkiller?
Correct, yes. Well, the painkiller's there already, but perhaps it's not being released in sufficient amounts. Yeah, just mind your hand as I bring that through.
Now, a metre of fine wiring is tunnelled down Sam's back.
We need to send these down to the first tunnelling point.
And around to the abdomen.
So we're going to go from here just down to there, just making sure it runs fairly freely.
Now Professor Cousins connects the pacemaker.
Okay, let's have the IPG. That's good, thank you.
It will send electric pulses to Sam's nerves to block her pain.
Now I'll need a retractor for a minute here, Brenda, just to...
The operation has gone to plan, but it'll be weeks before Sam knows whether it's a success.
Come through nicely.
While Sam Perkins is one of only a small number of people to have undergone this type of operation here in Australia, the frontier is really being stretched in the United States, where other disease sufferers are being treated in a much more ambitious and controversial way.
Magnify, please.
14,000 kilometres away, Michigan woman Cindy Warren is the guinea pig in experimental brain surgery to treat severe depression.
I couldn't even get out of bed. I hoped something would happen, that I could die.
Prescription drugs, psychotherapy. Nothing has worked. Even electroshock therapy.
She was at the point that another 6 months and it wouldn't have been worth living.
Now, as a last resort, she's undergoing this untested procedure called deep brain stimulation.
That's a picture of Cindy's brain.
Doctors will implant tiny electrodes into her brain's mood centre. The hope is they can literally switch off her depression by jolting the brain with mild electric shocks.
You can see here's a three-dimensional reconstruction where the actual path of the pacemaker implanted the area involved in mood.
Incredibly, Cindy will be awake throughout this marathon operation, so doctors know when they've reached the right part of her brain.
Now we're going to stimulate and test you, okay?
With the electrodes in place, the first electric shock. They've hit the wrong spot. But when they try again, look what happens.
That's a smile? Definitely.
I was laughing, and I can remember feeling in surgery like, wow, you know, if they can make me feel this way, you know, this might work.
First time Cindy's laughed in years.
You feel like you have energy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now back home, Cindy's taken control of her life. When depression sets in, her implants switched on, and so far, the results are incredible.
Life is better. She's about 95% like she used to be. So it's just amazing.
Morning, Sam.
Prof.
How are you going after all that procedure?
Oh, I've been better.
You've been better. Well,
Back in Sydney, groggy from surgery, Sam's recovery begins.
Oh, I did.
Oh,
That looks wonderful. That looks really
I've got the
nice.
80s subcut.
Yeah, that looks good. Let's have a look at your arm also.
But it's a few anxious days before her implant is tested.
Okay.
But
we'll get
thanks,
organised.
Prof. Thanks.
You're getting
No,
there
but it's
very
just
well.
that you've really been the answer. Well, you know, you've really helped us when
Well,
for about
it's
20 years no one did.
Been
to
a
me.
privilege to help you. It has. Let's get this thing going and see how it does.
Yep.
Finally, it's time for the test.
You tell me when you first start to feel a tingling.
I feel something.
Yeah?
Yep.
So
on the
you
right
just-
side.
You just felt it, did you?
Yeah, on the right
Okay.
side.
Is it
Now,
comfortable?
It feels like it goes from. Well, it's comfortable, but it's just it's a bloody odd sensation. Sorry to have in your head.
The implant's working, but its real test won't be until Sam gets a full-blown migraine. 3 months after surgery, and look at Sam now. She's a different person.
It's like having the old Sam back in a lot of ways. I mean, I haven't seen Sam like this for 10 years.
Come in for a swim? Oh, you jumped. I'm still actually a bit shocked that it works so well.
Now, don't take this the wrong way, but are you a better person?
I'd like to think that I'm a more patient mother, and I like to think that I'm, a less irritable wife. I like to think that I've probably got my old self back a lot.
It's now a totally different household. And there are new rituals, like recharging Sam's pacemaker.
Do you want to see my little man? I'll show you my man. Quick, hurry up. See my man? See that mark across the head? That man. Harry goes to charge his Game Boy and I have to charge my battery. So it is a very foreign, bizarre concept.
When you think about it, it's implant in, turn it on, you are now a different person.
But Kieran may have to face up to the reality that, for all the improvements, some things may never change.
What about the headache excuse?
Oh, that's still there. Don't worry about that.
That's got to be put on the shelf.
That's a wife's right.
Yeah, but you know
that
what?
won't be forfeited.
When we first started dating, she told me that it used to help the migraines, so that excuse and story went out the window very quickly.
I can't believe you just said that on air. Are you right?
Oh, it's about time you fessed up, honey.
Oh, no. Well, I'll get some more husbands. Right, you are so... Get him, G. Men.